c'est différent gouvernement, une façade gouvernement, une façade opposition, et puis indépendant. Il y a créé le Sénat, avec jeudi à Sénat là, qui a une session, comme ça, mardi passé, c'est 18 juin, nous tenons en session qui considère. Normalement, c'est après qu'il considère passer ces billes là, et bien ces motions, et bien n'importe ça, les discussions, il y a passé, ben le Sénat là pour garder ces différentes discussions, garder ça, il discuter et puis après ça, il peut aller au gouverneur général Saint-Lucie. Mais et puis tout ça, je veux dire que c'est pas moi qui ici, mais aussi comme la coutume, Virgile Léonti, un collègue moi ici, bienvenue Virgile.
Merci Michael.
Regardez tellement belle de matin.
C'est bon matin à tous.
Tous les jours.
Okay.
Aujourd'hui plus spécial.
Okay, merci Michael. And good morning to all of our viewers. As Michael is explaining, this morning we are here for the sitting of the Senate. This follows the meeting of the House, which was held last week, Tuesday, June 18. And during that time, there was debate on two important bills, namely the Immigration Amendment Bill and the Pensions Amendment Act. And we will get into that a little later. But Mike, as we are looking into the chamber, we are seeing some new faces or some faces that are returning. We have next to Independent Senator Lee, we are seeing the person of Ember Charles.
Yes.
And does that mean he is the new Independent Senator?
Well, he's sitting in the position, so we assume that he's going to be the new Independent Senator to replace Senator Nourani Aziz, who had to resign due to illness. And so we are not, this is not confirmed, like I said,
but he's sitting there.
He's sitting in the position, so I don't think he would be sitting there like they say just so. So there must be a reason for him.
And
so we expect that to happen.
Yes.
And we also see the return of a temporary Senator Shelton Daniel. He obviously might be replacing someone who may not be able to be present today, one of the regular senators.
That's correct.
And of course another senator who's your dear friend, I imagine.
George Gordon. He's sitting there also filling in temporarily for we're not sure which one of the government senators will be absent today. And then going along the government side, we see Pauline.
Senator Pauline Antoine Prosper, avec chef façade gouvernement, ça c'est un sénateur, ça c'est sénateur Lubian Ferdinand. Avec la façade opposition, nous avons l'année deux membres façade opposition qui là, c'est sénateur, nous avons chef façade opposition, sénateur Dominique Fédé, avec le sénateur Ferropolis, il a aussi. Mais peut-être nous ne pouvons même mentionner que l'autre façade indépendante, à part de M. Ember Charles, nous avons le sénateur Deli qui a. Et qui nous ça dit ça, c'est Yonas et Maman qui toujours, parce que tout, ma déjà manché JSS.
Yes.
Et bien, pendant que nous en disant, nous avons parlé de Kimoun qui là, nous l'année à ce côté-là aussi.
It's all right. Yeah, they look like students. Perhaps we're not sure from which university, but throughout the proceedings, whether it's in the House or in the Senate, we always have guest students, some of them in political science or in government, that follow the proceedings. We've had students from Birmingham University.
Universities in England.
Universities in England mostly.
Yes.
And we'll just wait for the statement by the speaker to know exactly which core of students are with us here this morning. But what are you anticipating with the debate today, Michael?
Well, qu'on dit, nous avons discuté des motions avec des billes qui était discuté mardi passé par Kakaï Concite. C'était motion pension, ça fait un changement et bien amendement pour loi qui a gouverné pension. Avec moi, en chaîne de quoi ça c'est bien simple, mais il en est cause en chaîne discussion. C'est la première fois moi-même depuis que je suis suivi tout le monde dit quand il s'est parlé, faire un compte à part de Yon, ça c'était on est c'est même parlement pour Sud-Cassé. Il y a qui parlait tout l'instant, on fait une contribution à cette motion. Mais avec motion, c'est pas motion, c'est loi. Et bien, bill c'était pour mettre ça va créer un dernier prix pour les gens qui a sous pension. Le Premier ministre qui présentait Bill Salah, il était capable de dire la situation des gens qui a sous pension, qui était capable de dire à côté $300 pour pension avec l'argent qui est battu avec le Premier ministre qui a fait en plainte pour les gens qui joindre plus avec les détails qui a commencé premier août jour libération et bien c'est simplicité quand il a dit ça j'ai d'accord le gouvernement j'ai passé loi pour personne en pays à pas joindre moins que $500 pour une pension avec ça raison pour ça c'est pour puisqu'en chaque bagage changé puis j'ai monté en chaque en supermarché enfin il est difficile pour vivre à ce $300 c'est qu'il a monté pour 500 avec il pension monde qui travaille au gouvernement qui a sous pension qui a une $750.
That is correct. Yeah, that's the gist of the amendment to the pensions bill, that there would be government pensioners who would receive a minimum of $725. Pensioners in general would get no less than $500. And one of the provisions of the amendment was that the government has tied in any increase that public servants would receive, there would be an automatic increase for pensioners. And as you said, it was a bill that was received generally by members, but it garnered a lot of debate. And as you said, it would appear that
the opposition supported the motion, albeit with some reservations.
That's correct, but it garnered a lot of debate. The other thing which was announced, of course, also which would take place on August 1st, our emancipation anniversary holiday, was the announcement of the minimum livable wage. And the other bill, Michael, which was passed in the House of Assembly on Tuesday, was an immigration amendment bill. And that bill just sought to amend the Immigration Act to allow the minister to waive fees pertaining to work permits and to remove any other barriers to what was described in the rationale of the bill as the freedom of movement of CARICOM nationals. So we are looking to discussion and debate on those two important bills, the immigration amendment and the pensions amendment.
Right. La dernière discussion à sur les affaires, comme les affaires pension, et les affaires dernier prix, minimum wage, avec livable wage, mais aussi les affaires immigration, c'est aussi important. Et ça, qu'on dit, ça c'est le ministère qui est responsable pour l'immigration, il y a plus un pouvoir pour ça faire des petits changements pour vous savez pour quitter l'année chaque petit bagage qui mérite changer avec c'est vraiment passer pour y venir par la main et bailler ministère en chaque plus pouvoir. Eh bien nous avons ça Jean présenté quoi en la porte là avec président de ça veut dire nous avons commencé à présent.
Let us pray.
Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom and understanding, we thy unworthy servants here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultation, and grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affection, the result of all our counsel may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and the happiness of the king, the public will, peace, and tranquility of St. Lucia, and the uniting and the knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. And the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Ghost be with us all evermore. Amen.
Good morning, Senators. Madam Clerk, could you kindly swear in our new senators, please?
I, Ember Charles, do swear I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to St. Lucia, and that I will uphold and defend the Constitution and laws of St. Lucia, and that I will conscientiously and impartially discharge my responsibilities to the people of St. Lucia. So help me God.
I, Didier Felician Shelton Daniel, do solemnly affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to St. Lucia, that I will uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of St. Lucia, and I will conscientiously and impartially discharge my responsibilities to the people of St. Lucia. I do affirm.
Do it on, not on the Bible.
Yes.
I, George Goddard, do solemnly affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to St. Lucia, that I will uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of St. Lucia, and I will conscientiously and impartially discharge my responsibilities to the people of St. Lucia. I do affirm.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good morning again, Senators. I have received correspondence from the Speaker of the House of Assembly advising that the following motion and bills were passed in the House of Assembly and forwarded to the Senate for its concurrence. Resolution of Parliament to authorize the making of an order for the 2021 supplement to the revised edition of the laws. Immigration Amendment. Pensions Amendment. I beg to announce that His Excellency, the Acting Governor General, has been pleased to assent the following bills. Visiting Police Forces ICC Cricket World Cup West Indies. ICC Cricket World Cup West Indies. I have received excuses from Senator Alison Jean and Senator KG Toussaint Chalry, who are out of state and therefore will be unable to attend today's sitting. So therefore I welcome Senator Shelton Daniel and Senator George Goddard. I wish at this point to officially welcome Independent Senator Ember Charles to the Senate or the Upper House of Parliament. It is my hope that your tenure here will be a fruitful one, Senator. Your package from the Parliament contains the Constitution of St. Lucia and the standing orders of the Senate. I urge you to read them carefully, as these documents will serve as your guide. Senator, I am sure that your sojourn with us will be an enjoyable and productive one. We look forward to your contributions to the debates throughout the sessions, as well as your participation in other areas of parliamentary life. I also wish to warmly welcome members of your family to the Senate. Senators, please join me in wishing our leader of government business, Senator Gideon Ferdinand, a very happy birthday and all God's blessings for many years to come. Happy birthday, Senator. I would like to acknowledge the presence of the students from the University of Birmingham in the UK, my alma mater, and our St. Lucia youth parliamentarians. Warmly welcome to all of you. I wish to report that I traveled to Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago to participated in the regional seminar for parliaments of the Caribbean under the theme Accelerating Parliamentary Action on Climate Change for a Resilient and Sustainable Region. That was from 27th to 29th May 2024. This seminar was organized by the Inter-Parliamentary Union, IPU, and the Parliament of Trinidad. The seminar focused on climate change, including the role of artificial intelligence in climate change mitigation and migration as its consequence. It showcased the latest data and developments on the subject, promoted dialogue with experts and among parliamentarians. It highlighted good practices. The seminar was very informative and enlightening, and I hope I could get an opportunity to share with senators about our discourse. Prior to attending this seminar, I paid a courtesy call on the Speaker of the House of Representatives in Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Bridget Anisette George, and the Vice President of the Senate, Senator Dr. Mohamed Ibrahim. I also met with the President of the Senate, Senator the Honorable Nigel De Freitas, and the Acting Clerk of the Senate, Ms. Chantal LaRoche, who was very helpful to us in setting up the Women's Parliamentary Caucus of St. Lucia. I was given a grand tour of the Parliament and attended the sitting of the House of Representatives, and of course, got a chance in my discourse with the presiding officers to identify best practices that we can use in our own Senate to make it a more effective Parliament. The Ministry of Youth Development and Sports, in collaboration with the National Youth Council, will be celebrating International Year of the Youth under the theme, Empowering Our Youth for Peace, Unity, and a Safe Society. In observance of this, a National Youth Parliament sitting will be held on Monday 1st and Tuesday 2nd July 2024, both starting at 10 a.m. for House and Senate respectively. On Monday 1st July, the day will start off with a speech by their Governor General. The bill for consideration is the suppression of escalated crime police powers. Senators, I encourage you to show support to our young people by attending any of the two. But of course, your preference would be Senate sitting. I note with sadness the passing of Ms. Deborah Japol, the Administrative Secretary of the Bar Association, who passed on 21st June 2024. I wish to take this opportunity to extend to her family sincere condolences and her friends and colleagues and members of the Bar Association, and wish them God's strength and guidance. She was a protocol officer par excellence, and she served her state, St. Lucia, a Ministry of External Affairs where she worked prior, her church community of Balata and Kako in Barbano, and her community, especially Laverne Spencer Drive. She served with passion, with love and care. May she rest in peace. International Day of Parliamentarianism will be celebrated on June 30th, 2024. And I am pleased to inform that the Women's Parliamentary Caucus of St. Lucia will be organizing a panel discussion which should be held on NTN in observation of World Parliamentarianism Day. Statements from Ministers, Parliamentary Secretaries. Papers to be laid. The Honorable Leader of Government Business, Senator Gideon Ferdinand.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I proceed with the papers to be laid, I ask that you grant me leave just to mention a couple matters of courtesy. First of all, thanks for your kind wishes, and to my colleagues. I don't know if it's the best place to be on that day, but I hope it will be. I also want to join you in wishing our new senator, independent senator, Senator Charles, the very best as he joins us. And as we welcome him, I also ask that we continue to pray and wish the best for Senator Aziz, who was our former independent senator, as he continues to improve his health and his future. Our two temporary senators, I also thank them for making themselves available to discuss the matters of business in the Senate. I also join you in welcoming the students from the Birmingham University. I went across to greet them this morning. They seem quite enthusiastic and focused. So let's hope that this experience helps to broaden their scope. And you did mention the youth parliamentarian. I also wish them well as their sitting or their session next week. I thank the members of the family of Mr. Charles for joining us here. This shows an appreciation for the business of the family member and what happens here. And also finally wish to join you in extending condolences to the Bar Association. I think we have at least one member here, so I'm sure that that can be extended on our behalf. Madam President, and on to papers to be laid, I wish to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory Instrument number 67 of 2024, Public Finance Management Act, Resolution of Parliament to authorize the Minister of Finance to guarantee borrowing by the National Lotteries Authority to finance a youth and sports infrastructure program, including the preparation for the ICC Men's T20 World Cup. Statutory Instrument number 68 of 2024, Public Finance Management Act, Resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital or current expenditure, contingency emergency response component of St. Lucia's Unleashing the Blue Economy of the Caribbean project. Statutory Instrument number 69 of 2024, Value Added Tax, Resolution of Parliament to improve draft Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 3, number 3 order. Statutory Instrument number 70 of 2024, Public Debt Management Act, Resolution of Parliament to raise funds to meet fiscal requirements. Statutory Instrument Number 71 of 2024, Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Publication, Public Omnibus Fares Amendment Regulations, Statutory Instrument Number 72 of 2024, Immigration, ICC Cricket World Cup West Indies, Mutual Recognition of Visas Regulations, Statutory Instrument Number 73 of 2024, Value Added Tax, Amendment of Schedule 3, Number 3 Order, Statutory Instrument Number 74 of 2024, Micro and Small Scale Business Enterprise, Declaration of a Small Scale Business Enterprise, Excelsior Management Incorporated Order, Statutory Instrument Number 75 of 2024, Legal Profession Eligibility Vindra Karen Maharaj Order, Statutory Instrument Number 76 of 2024, Water and Sewage Water-Related Emergency Declaration Order, Statutory Instrument Number 77 of 2024, Legal Profession Eligibility Joel Fiona Jovan Green Order, Statutory Instrument Number 78 of 2024, Price Control Amendment Number 8 Order, Statutory Instrument Number 79 of 2024, Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1 Number 8 Order, Statutory Instrument Number 80 of 2024, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, the Island Experience SAMO Order, Statutory Instrument Number 81 of 2024, Tourism Incentives, the Island Experience SAMO Order, Statutory Instrument Number 82 of 2024, Tourism Stimulus and Investment Travel Boutique Inc. Order, Statutory Instrument Number 83 of 2024, Tourism Incentives, the Rosa Sugar Factory Limited Order, Statutory Instrument Number 84 of 2024, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, Green Fig Resort Limited Order, Statutory Instrument Number 85 of 2024, Fiscal Incentives, Lubeco 1991 Limited Amendment Order, Statutory Instrument Number 86 of 2024, Fiscal Incentives, G&G Interiors Limited Order, Statutory Instrument Number 87 of 2024, Tourism Incentives, Cabot St. Lucia Inc. Order, Statutory Instrument Number 88 of 2024, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, HSL Limited Order, Statutory Instrument Number 89 of 2024, Community Tourism Development, Label Piton Order, Statutory Instrument Number 90 of 2024, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, Uno Calabash Order, Statutory Instrument Number 91 of 2024, Tourism Incentives, Uno Calabash Order, Statutory Instrument Number 92 of 2024, Tourism Incentives, JP Trading Limited Order, Statutory Instrument Number 93 of 2024, Fiscal Incentives, J. Bagas and Company Limited Order.
Motions. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Please excuse the voice if it sounds a little unlike mine. I was exposed to some excessive air conditioning and didn't help my voice, so I'll try my best. Madam President, I beg to lay the following motion standing in my name. Whereas by Section 10.3 of the revised edition of the Laws Act Cap 107, it is provided that the Attorney General may, by order published in the Gazette, declare that a revised edition of the laws of St. Lucia specified in the order shall come into force on such a date as may be appointed by the order. And whereas by Section 10.4 of the revised edition of the Laws Act Cap 107, it is provided that an order in respect of a complete revised edition of the laws shall not be made until after the passing of a resolution of Parliament authorizing the making of such an order. And whereas by Section 13.5 of the revised edition of the Laws Act Cap 107, it is provided that a replacement, insertion, deletion, or amendment pursuant to that section shall have no effect unless made under and in accordance with the order of the Attorney General under Section 10.3. And whereas it is further provided by Section 13.6 of the revised edition of the Laws Act Cap 107, that a revised edition in whatever format, marked with the latest revision date, is deemed to be the authorized revision edition of the laws to which Section 10(4) applies. Be it resolved that Parliament do authorize the Attorney General to make an order to declare that the 2021 Supplement Revision Edition of the Laws of St. Lucia, as specified in the order, shall come into force on such date as may be appointed by such order as an authoritative version of the law. Very technical, Madam President, so I will endeavor to provide a few more, a little more on this by way of explanation. Madam President, this resolution seeks Parliament's authorization for making of such an order for the 2021 supplement to the revised edition of the laws to be made by the Attorney General. Madam President, this is in keeping with the revised edition of the Laws Act, Cap 107, which we refer to as the Act, which makes provision for the revision and consolidation of the laws of St. Lucia and the preparation and publication of the revised edition of the laws. Under this Act, Madam President, the Attorney General is the Law Revision Commission. Therefore, one of the responsibilities of the Attorney General under the Act is to declare that the Revision Act, or the revised edition, of the laws of St. Lucia, as specified in the order published in the Gazette, is effective from the date stated in the order, Section 10(3) of the Act. In addition, Madam President, it makes provision for the Law Revision Commission to make an order by affirmative resolution as per Section 10(4) of the Act, and a replacement, insertion, deletion, like I mentioned in the reading of the presentation, or amendment will have no effect unless it is done under the direction or the revised direction of the Attorney General. So, for example, in this instance, the USB storage and loose leaf booklets with latest revised dates is considered to be the authentic version of the laws of St. Lucia under Section 13(6) of the Act. So, Madam President, the authorization of the revised edition from the version that I mentioned, the 2001 version, was done last year. The 2020 revision were authorized by the Parliament through the passing of the 2020 supplement revision, so it has been done before. And so today, what we are authorizing is for the Attorney General to make an order to declare that the 2021 supplement to the revision edition of the laws of St. Lucia, which takes the form as stated above, will include USB storage and loose leaf booklets. The order will also specify, Madam President, that it will have effect from the date specified in the order and will continue to be an authentic translation of the laws of St. Lucia for the year 2021. Madam President, we are seeking the Senate's approval, as we know that it's necessary to introduce that new version to give the Minister the power to be able to, sorry, let me just make sure that's right. There we go. So, Madam President, let me just wrap up here. We're asking that this be considered for the passing of the resolution of this chamber to make the order or an order for the 2021 supplement to the revision laws of edition of the laws of by the Attorney General to include the revision of the laws of St. Lucia, the laws enacted in 2021, and omit laws indicated in the order, as well as the prices to be charged for these laws. So I put this, Madam President, to the Honorable Senate for its approval.
Senators, the question is that the Parliament do authorize the Attorney General to make an order to declare that the 2021 supplement to the revised edition of the laws of St. Lucia, as specified in the order, shall come into force on such date as may be appointed by such order as an authoritative version of the law. Senator. Let me proceed with the question. Okay. Senators, the question is that Parliament do authorize the Attorney General to make an order to declare that the 2021 supplement to the revised edition of the laws of St. Lucia as specified in the order shall come into force on such date as may be appointed by such order as the authoritative version of the law. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bills. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Immigration Amendment.
Immigration Amendment.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move for the suspension of Standing Order 49-2 to allow this bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Senators, the question is that Standing Order 49-2 be suspended in order to allow the Honorable Leader of Government Business to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President, for granting leave. Madam President, I beg to move for the second reading of a bill shortly entitled Immigration Amendment. Madam President, the purpose of this bill is really to amend the Immigration Act Cap 1001. And this amendment will allow for the minister to waive fees of an applicant for a permit. Madam President, we are part of a region, and this is a very important initiative because as countries who are part of the region, especially belonging to the CARICOM grouping, OECS, we have a lot of collective responsibility. And sometimes it can be very difficult to make certain decisions and to get certain things done within the countries. As small as we are, as close as we are to each other, there are times that we go through some unnecessary hurdles that can make it difficult for our citizens in this region to be able to move around and to be able to get certain things done. So what this amendment does, in the spirit of regional integration, is to allow for our citizens from the region to have their fees waived when applying for a permit or when their fees have been accumulated, to allow for these to be pardoned when they are applying for renewal of their permit. And as I mentioned, we have a number of people who are not from our country, St. Lucia, but are from our neighboring islands who have been here, they make a living, they contribute to the economy, and just for them to be able to renew their permit, and they contribute also to the lives of the people in their country, to remittances there. They have to be paying fees that sometimes in a timely manner it's not possible for them to meet. And so it gives, this amendment allows for these fees to be waived, to allow these people to continue their livelihood and contribute positively to our country. Madam President, this amendment can also help to improve the administrative process and the timeliness of the delivery of this service, and contribute to what we refer to as a single economic space in the region. Of course, making it less stressful for our neighboring islanders, if we can use this term, to be able to work in our country and to contribute to our economy. So we see this as a very important step. We are not saying that people should be delinquent and not honor their responsibilities, but there are times when, as a country, we need to be able to have that level of empathy and that flexibility to be able to pardon people, our citizens, fellow citizens, who have difficulty meeting this expense. And so this is the basic intention of this bill, and I ask that the Senate gives its support to that initiative. Thank you.
Senators, the question is that the Immigration Amendment Bill be read a second time. Leader of Government Business. I'll proceed with the question. Okay. Senators, the question is that the Immigration Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Immigration Act, Cap 10.01.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 3.
Insertion of new section 22A.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 4.
Amendment of section 39.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Senators, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senators, I beg to report that the Immigration Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and that the bill be read the third time and passed.
Senators, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Immigration Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Immigration Amendment Act 2024.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move to present for the first reading of a bill shortly entitled Pension Amendment.
Pensions Amendment.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order 49-2 to enable this bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Senators, the question is that Standing Order 49-2 be suspended in order to allow the Honorable Leader of Government Business to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, before I proceed, and may I just read again, I beg for the to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Pensions Amendments. But before I proceed, I wish to extend commendation to the following persons and entities. As we would have known, and we must not forget that too quickly, St. Lucia just hosted the ICC, 2 legs of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup. And we had the first round matches in St. Lucia as well as matches in the Super 8. And by all accounts, it was a very successful event, and I'm sure the benefits will be discussed at another date. But Madam President, I ask that you grant me leave to commend first of all, the government and people of St. Lucia for coming together to host a very successful event. I want to single out the Minister for Youth Development and Sports, Honorable Kenson Kazime, for his leadership in the process. We know that there were challenges, but that was executed well. The local organizing committee, the curator, Mr. Kent Crafton, who has given us the title, or contributed to giving us the title of the best cricket pitch in the region, based on what the international press is saying. Our local heroes, the West Indies head coach, white ball head coach, Mr. Darren Sammy, and our opening batsman, Johnson Charles, for the contribution. St. Lucians who came out to support the event, we also want to acknowledge their support. And I think, contrary to attempts to make it look like we were not ready, it was clear that we were ready, and we delivered to the people and to the ICC on the mandate that was required for us as a successful host. So I'm very proud of what we achieved, and I'm very proud of all that we were able to do. Unfortunately, we didn't make it to the semi-finals, going down to South Africa, but I suspect if that game was played in St. Lucia, we would have made it. So, Madam President, on to the matter before us. As was stated in this year's budget by the Prime Minister, we had a clear intention as a government to improve the livelihood and the quality of life of the people of this country. And it is something that we have to ensure that at all stages we do. There are going to be challenges, but we are committed to doing so. And so, Madam President, this amendment is a continuation of a series of initiatives that this government has taken to ensure that we contribute to the quality or improved quality of life of the people of this country. Madam President, we need to be reminded that these initiatives have targeted the middle-aged, children, the working population, even the unborn, with some of the policies and initiatives that we have put on the line. Madam President, I need to remind this chamber that these initiatives, which include provision of laptops for our children in schools to ensure that the quality of their education is improved, and they have access to everything that is out there that can improve the level of instruction. I want to remind the Senate that this is part of an addition to the CXC fees payment initiative that has ensured that our students who are unable to afford the basic math and English can at least have that paid, and of course we have promised to improve that. Madam President, I did mention that we have had initiatives that have been able to help even before someone has come into this world, and I refer to the free pregnancy, the free scans and tests for blood tests for pregnant women. So we have already started putting provisions in place for our St. Lucian baby or St. Lucian child before they even come into this world. And sometimes we tend to forget that it's not only about young people, it's not only about the working population, but it's also important. I think Senator, the leader of opposition business, would have benefited from that recently. I'm just thinking, maybe. So Madam President, we're not only concerned about the unborn and the young people, the youth in schools, but we're also concerned about persons who have who have arrived at a certain mature state. And this bill specifically focuses on them, and I'm referring to pensioners. I'm also referring to the healthcare initiative, the 80+ that we have introduced to allow for people who have reached that ripe old age. And as we have said, we are going to continue to bring it down to cater for more persons. We have started at 80, but we're coming down to the lower age ranges to allow people in this country to access free medical care or affordable medical care. And so this is not an initiative that just jumped out of the sky. It is part of a more comprehensive approach to improving the lives, the quality of lives of the people of this country. Madam President, we may have forgotten, but I need to remind this chamber that this government has ensured that there is a lot more relief being brought to various sectors. And while this pensions amendment is focused on pensioners, we have also ensured that persons who are still in the working population, who are still in the labor force, can have it a little bit easier in the ability or the intention to construct their own homes. And that is why we have removed VAT on construction materials, a number of them that we have indicated here, to make it easier for people to be able to own their own home, to build their own structures, and to be able to take charge of their destiny. Madam President, we have not forgotten in our quest to ensure that we improve the quality of lives. The people somewhere, we call them those in the middle, the public servants, the police officers, the teachers, the nurses. Now they have seen an increase, the teachers have seen an increase of $600 in the teacher materials allowance, what we call the TMA. And we have ensured now that the persons who are on the public assistance, they receive their contribution at the same time that the regular working population receives their salaries. So, Madam President, this pensions amendment is a continuation of the government's overall comprehensive approach to allow, in the face of imported inflation, in the face of the challenges that some of which we have no control over, some of those external shocks that really, as a small island developing state, are imposed on us, that all we can do is to make it easier for the people who live within these shores. So, Madam President, what has happened with this amendment, it will ensure that no one in this country who has worked and contributed to the development of this country, who has toiled, who has done service, who has given service, who has had a dignified retirement, will be receiving as low as we have heard. Some of them have been receiving as low as $300, Madam President, as a pension. You're talking about people who were school teachers, 40 years in a classroom, and now they are home on retirement. They still have to pay their medical bills. Some of them, maybe now I'm enjoying the 80+ or the universal health care package, but some of them are just past 60 or maybe 70, and their pension is minimal. We believe that this is not acceptable. We believe that we can do better. So, Madam President, we have ensured that as of the 1st of August of this year, no St. Lucian receiving a pension, a government pension, will be getting anything less than $725 at the end of the month. Madam President, as a school principal in my previous life, I remembered having my staff, my meetings with my ancillary staff, including caretakers, watchmen, and janitors, or security officers and janitors. And it was only then that it occurred to me that these people were earning as little as $400 a month for their services. And that is why very soon we will introduce the livable wage to ensure that no St. Lucian, nobody in this country is going to work for that amount of money when we introduce that. So, Madam President, the process will continue with some of the other initiatives that are to come. But I believe that this initiative, this amendment to the Pensions Act, will ensure that the quality of life of the persons who have served their country with dignity, with integrity, have a dignified pension, and that they are not forgotten. Sometimes we are so focused and preoccupied with what's happening with young people. I'm still a young man. I believe I still feel like a young person. I have young children, and we have introduced the youth economy and other initiatives. But sometimes we tend to, overlook those people in the population who have served the country well. And if you travel overseas, Madam President, you will notice that there are people in that age range who are still giving valuable service to their country, even after they have retired. And so we have to give a level of respect and dignity to that stage of their lives. And so it means, Madam President, that this initiative will help to contribute to that. It is not only our intention to improve the government pensioner situation, but also it is our intention to improve the situation with those who contribute to NIC. And the intention is for us to have NIC cardholders to be able to receive a 15% discount anytime they do transactions. I think they deserve it. They've earned it as persons who have contributed to the economy. So, Madam President, this is a process that will continue, and I want to end by reminding all of St. Lucians and this Senate that the day is soon to come, less than 2 months from now, that no one in this country will be, no pensioner, if I may be correct, no pensioner in this country, no government pensioner will be receiving less than $725 when they go to the bank to receive their pension. I know that we will continue to improve, we will continue to do better, and I ask that the Senate gives its support on behalf of the pensioners of this country, to this amendment to the Pensions Act. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that the Pension Amendment Bill be read a second time. Senator Fede.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to make some comments on this bill. Madam President, every time the government makes a presentation in this House, it confuses me even more. Because, Madam President, I have said before that this government is big on press releases, they are big on advertisements on Facebook, they are big on slogans, and they're big on hashtags on social media. Madam President, I did a bit of digging today, and I asked myself, what did the government budget last year for pensions versus what it is projecting to increase the pension fund by? And Madam President, you will see that on page 301 of the estimates, the government is projecting to increase the pension or the retirement benefits by only $150,000. So please, bear with me when I tell you, Madam President, that I'm very confused as to what's happening. Because all of this flash, all of this talk, all of this big media glare, for what? $150,000? That is more than the government has spent on World Cup cricket. That is far more that the government has spent on jazz, for sure. And that is far more that they're about to spend on Carnival. What am I left to conclude? The government is a bacchanal government. The government is a chicken and rum government. And so, I'm sorry, Madam President, it's here in the government's own budgets that they plan to spend, while they're telling you that they're going to be millions spent on Carnival. And they were happy to say that they gave away all these free tickets and people were having fun and that, whee, the best jazz we ever had. But when it comes to the pensioners of the country, what we see here now is that there is just an increase in the government's own numbers. 2023, 2024, on the Head 44, Department of Finance, the section that deals with retirements and benefits. So this is not just pension. Gratuities are in there as well. it says $95,993,700 and, sorry, Madam President, I'll repeat that for clarity. $95,993,711 was what the revised estimates for 2023-2024 was. They're projecting, Madam President, so they plan to increase the pension by just $150,000 to $96,143,711. I don't expect the leader of government business to answer and clarify what the question is. How come the government, sitting down in a strategic way, sit down and say, this is what we plan to do in every aspect of government? How can you come, you laid it in the House at the beginning of the financial year, you had a big analysis, and you only plan to increase the pension fund by $150,000. So it leaves me with two conclusions. One, I'm left to assume that the government is a piecemeal government. One. Or two, I'm left to assume that this pension thing is an afterthought. And the government is just doing this, Madam President, to mislead the country as they have on so many other things. So when you come and you say that this is because you care about people and you're doing this, you care about people and you allow the prices of goods in our supermarket to go up in the manner that you have, don't you notice that the inflation situation, which you casually spoke of, we've had in this country, Madam President, in the last 2 years, inflation has averaged 10%, over 10.5% is what the rate of growth is in inflation cumulatively in the last 2 years. In the year 2023, the Economic and Social Review says that the prices of goods and commodities in St. Lucia went up by 6.4% in 2022. That made us the third highest in the OECS. So while all the other countries were giving their people, including pensioners, income support so that they could withstand the shocks of the global economic situation which is gripping the world, we see that this government put on a tax, shamelessly put on a 2.5% levy on general commodities that the people need in this country. So don't come and tell me that you care. I am not convinced that you care. Then this year, what we have seen that inflation went up in 2023, says the Economic and Social Review, Madam President, by 4.1%, or the second highest in the Eastern Caribbean countries, in the ECCU Union. So it tells me that every country, or most countries in the OECS, are handling this rising cost of living in our country a lot better than the St. Lucia Labour Party administration. Madam President, let's go to page 47. I just have a slight couple sentences I want to read. And I want to show you what has happened to food prices in this country. And so I'm saying all of this to say that the pensioners of this country deserve a lot more. Deserve a lot more than a measly $150,000 that you have planned in your budget. That's what it says. If there's a different number, please share with us. But what we have got here in your budget is that you have planned to increase it by $150,000. How many pensioners are benefiting? Now you want to tell me how to debate. So Madam President, on page 47 of the Economic and Social Review, given to us by this government, this is what it says about food prices. This is the wickedness for economic policy in this country. It says, reflecting increases in most of its categories, the food and non-alcoholic beverages sub-indexes rose at a higher rate of 6.5 in 2023 compared to 5.6% in 2022. That's food. That's what people need to survive. That's what pensioners who are among the lowest income earners of this country need. And this is what you have allowed. You have reduced the subsidies on LPG cooking gas allowing it to go up. You've increased the amount you've collected on excise tax. It means that if you're a pensioner, you have to pay more at the pumps for gas. You have to pay more at the gas station for LPG cooking gas. You've allowed children living with their grandmothers. You've reduced the subsidy on the school transportation subsidy. You've reduced it. And if you want to challenge me, I can show you where it is in the Economic and Social Review. It is right here in your own numbers. You have reduced the subsidy. So haven't you thought, when you reduce the subsidies, about those children living with their grandmothers, about those extended family situation of people who have got to depend on a breadwinner in the house being a pensioner? That's what this administration has done, whereby you collect and you double the amount of excise tax that you have picked up in this country. So when we come and we propose a policy, we've got to say, look, what are some other measures or what are some other steps can we introduce so that this policy can have maximum effect? And that is the point that we're trying to make here in the opposition bench. You can't do things piecemeal. You can't suggest to us that you are doing this amazing policy about pensioners, but yet from your own indication in your own planning, it shows that you're going to spend more on jazz. You've spent more on jazz, rather, spent more on World Cup cricket, and you're about to spend more on Carnival. So it means that the Welele is your priority, not the old people that you want to use for political purposes. So, Madam President, I see nothing but a gimmick in this from the administration. I believe that this, unfortunately, was a real opportunity for the government to comprehensively look at the pension situation in our country. So while we talk about the pensioners on the government's book, Madam President, the Economic and Social Review tells us that there are about 97,000 workers in this country. And on the books of government, my information reveals that there are about 3,000 on the books of government. So there's another 96,000 people who are not benefiting from this policy. And I want to know what is the latest, because since budget time, I have heard from the government that they will be talking to NIC. So we want to know now, have you spoken to the National Insurance Corporation, that where most of the pensioners, including public sector pensioners, because it was the St. Lucia Labour Party administration that transferred a lot of people who had their pensions with the government. And the St. Lucia Labour Party administration, the early 2000s, then told those individuals that they now need to transfer their pensions to the NIC. So now there are at least another 93,000. I was looking at the NIC report to see if I can get how many registrants there, but I couldn't come up with the number. Maybe the government side has the number, because they have more access to data and information and documents than we do on the opposition side. But 97,000 is what the size of the workforce is estimated at. And so, Madam President, if there are 3,000 benefiting from this policy, what's the plan for the other 93,000 people? The other question that remains, and we saw this during COVID. What's that? Yeah. The other question that this raises is that what about all the unregistered or undocumented workers in the country who are not paying Social Security? What's the government's plan? I recall, Madam President, during COVID, that this was a great opportunity for us to capture and to register a number of workers. And they were mostly self-employed individuals. There were taxi drivers, vendors, people who own bars. You had people, farmers, for example, are affected and don't have any scheme that registers them. And so when you come and you want to talk about pensions, bring a conversation to us, man. Come and talk to us about what's happening in the country. Don't come for political gimmicks, a piecemeal there, we do a little piece there. No, those are gimmicks that wouldn't impress us on the opposition side. So what's the plan for all the people who are unregistered? And I'm happy, Madam President, that during COVID, we had an amazing opportunity to give income support to at least 6,000 unregistered people. And what we were able to do when we borrowed, no, that was money borrowed from the World Bank. That was money borrowed from the World Bank. Please get it right. NIC was for the registrants. You cannot take NIC money and give it to people who are not registered. You can't do that, right? The Act doesn't permit that. So it's very, very unfortunate to hear the leader of government business mention such fallacy. But anyways, Madam President, we borrowed money from the World Bank, and we ensured that while these people had their income come to a grounding halt, we were able to make sure that they get income support. There were 6,000 of them. And that 6,000, most of them are registered in the NIC today. And so I was very happy in one of his budget speeches, this Prime Minister was able to boast and say that they have seen an uptick in the level of people that are registered with the NIC. And I smiled because I understood why. And that is what the government now needs to continue to do, to work with the NIC, to make this a focus, to go out and meet as many people as possible that are unregistered so that you can get them registered so that they can be covered when they get old. When they're not able to work, that they're able at least to get some level of income coming in. Not a word from the leader of government business about these people. Not a word. Didn't mention anything about those people who are unregistered, but he cares about pensioners, cares about people who are old age. So there is a big responsibility that is with the country right now. The other thing that is crucial, Madam President, is that all over the world we see population rates are declining. And our numbers in St. Lucia suggest that our population rates are declining. So whereby you had younger people who were growing at an alarming rate, and they were able to now work and to supplant and buttress these pension funds. We see globally, pension funds are in crisis, Madam President. It means that managers of pension funds have got a more severe and difficult, challenging task ahead of them to now grow and build the capacities of these pension funds. And this situation exists in St. Lucia as well. Our population is declining. And so, Madam President, I was very disappointed when I see the opposition, when they hauled the NIC board over the coals for lending and investing the pension funds to Cabot, a project they celebrate now. And that's why I say to you that this government, they're duplicitous, they're double standards, Madam President. Double standards. So everywhere in the world, pension funds are invested. Madam President, inflation takes place every single year. If you have $1 and you keep that dollar in your pocket, Madam President, that dollar is likely to lose 1.5 to 2 cents every year. A pension fund is a long-term investment. Most people are in it for 35 to 40 years. So it would mean that if you don't do anything with that dollar and you leave it on natural inflation outside of the shock that we've had brought about by the global pandemic, it would mean that we would lose 80 cents on the dollar by the time we're ready to use our pensions. So we can't allow political parties to make reckless political statements about pension funds. It's a very serious matter. And so the investment component of pension funds are crucial to make sure that the members of those funds have money by the time they get to old age. That's a conversation the opposition wants to have. We're not interested in piecemeal discussions. We want to hear what's the view, what's the plan to deal with this declining population. How do we make sure that the NIC is up to scratch and we're planning ahead of what's taking place now in our country? As our young ladies and our population become more educated, we're likely to make less children in our families. And that is a real threat to pension funds everywhere in the world, and it's a real threat to what's going on in St. Lucia. So I want to thank you on behalf of the pensioners for redeeming yourself from your sins. I talk about the 2.5% levy, that's a mistake. I talk about the excess excise tax that you have collected on their backs. That's a big mistake. The reduction of the school subsidy, the reduction of the LPG subsidy, spending more money on things like jazz and cricket and all your willy-nilly, right? Instead of making a true investment, a real meaningful investment in their future, in their well-being, is what the opposition is very concerned about. So, Madam President, we are in a difficult bind. And the government has got to, in my mind, come clean and be real with the challenges that affect us in the country right now. How many pensioners will be affected? What's the plan for the other 93,000 people on the NIC? Sorry, yeah. And as well, what's the plan to keep the NIC funds vibrant and sound to take care of the challenges that we face ahead? Thank you very much.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me just begin, Madam President, by endorsing the sentiments you expressed earlier with regard to the passing of Ms. Deborah Japol. I've had the fortune of working alongside her for past about 5 years now, and a more dedicated and committed servant you could not find. She was always very proper, I guess, which is fitting of someone who spent so much time in protocol, and often upbraided me for, because I'm not always as proper as I should be. But I really did enjoy working with her, and her death came as a complete and utter shock. Just in the week, I would have dealt with her, and even now I think I'm at a loss of words at hearing of her death. So I thank you for your kind words. I wish to join you in extending condolences to her family. Mary Joanna Charles, who is assistant, served as president of the Bar Association as well for a number of years. Nicole Octave, who is also a colleague, and her niece and her daughter as well. I'd like to extend condolences on behalf of myself and the Bar Association of St. Lucia as a whole to her and her family. I also wish to join you in wishing happy birthday to the leader of government business. You see him looking resplendent this morning. I wish him all the best for whatever year this is of his life. I'm not going to ask him exactly how old he is. I also wish to extend my congratulations and welcome to my new colleague, independent senator. I was a little lonely for a few months there by myself. Mr. Ember Charles, I'm sure who we're all familiar with, brings a wealth of experience and a very wide knowledge base. So I very much look forward to his contributions and assistance on the independence side of things. With regard to the Pensions Amendment Act, Madam President, just allow me to address a few comments. I think I'm on record on several occasions as commending the government when they have taken steps to assist the government pensioners, as well as demanding more from them. I think I've made it very clear that too many of our government pensioners, persons who have given yeoman service, particularly police officers and teachers, are suffering in almost poverty conditions now, having retired a number of years ago. Because when you think about it, retiring at 50 and 55 and having to spend another, in some cases, 30 years on a pension that's 3%, a third of your income, is, in the best of circumstances, trying. And with inflation, with over that 30-year period, with the challenges that these persons face in terms of housing, in terms of medication and health, it's a tremendous burden. So I commend the government for recognizing that there is an issue here that needs addressing. Unfortunately, this is just setting, when I say unfortunately, this is setting a minimum, which means that persons who are already receiving this don't benefit from it yet. But I do recall, and I'm going to hold them to this, a commitment was made that with the current negotiations on salaries, that whatever increase is given to the government employees will be given to the pensioners. So I look forward to that day when that increase is given to those persons who have been government pensioners. I also want to follow down the line of the leader of opposition business, who noted that worldwide pension funds, whether they be private, whether they be government, are in a state of crisis. We have looked to our National Insurance Corporation for a number of years. They have been very well managed, very well run, but they are going to face a crisis of math very soon. As the leader of opposition business noted, St. Lucia, although our population still has been increasing, it's increasing at a declining rate. Our birth rate now is 1.4 children per childbearing mother in society. The generally accepted, what's known as the replacement birth rate, is 2.1, which means we are significantly below the number of births we need annually to make sure that our population is able to sustain itself. And more importantly, we have persons going into the workforce who can contribute to our national insurance scheme to ensure that our pensioners are able to receive or have a sustainable pension system going forward. Which means a few things are going to have to happen. Either our rates of pensions are not going to increase, as I would hope that they do, or it means that our retirement age is going to be pushed back. We're already at 65. I think some other countries in the region are looking at perhaps moving to 68 and potentially 70. Think about it. For most of us, I believe, in this room, one or two persons aside, that is the age we are very swiftly approaching. Imagine having, instead of enjoying your golden years and being able to put your feet up and relax, having to find yourself a job or continuing in a job almost to death. So we are going to have to put, and I'm not sure that it's on the radar, so I'm just putting it there. We are going to have to look very quickly and very soon at our national insurance system as a whole. How do we ensure its sustainability? How do we ensure that it continues to remain relevant and provide a benefit to our pensioners? And I agree with him that the government pension is a very small subset of all the pensioners that we have in the country. But we need to make sure that we take the necessary steps to safeguard that system. He made the point about investment, and I cautiously note that, and this is not an indictment on the government of St. Lucia alone, because when you look around the region as a whole, governments tend to feel that the national insurance, whatever it's called in the country, is a source of funding. And it's an avenue that can be turned to whenever you want a big project, whenever you want to do something, we'll just borrow the money or take the money in some cases from national insurance systems. That is not a viable option, particularly as we note, we don't have the levels of population growth to sustain this increasing borrowing from the national insurance funds. So we need to make sure that when we are investing, those investments are prudent, those investments bring a sufficient rate of return to ensure that the systems, again, as I said, remain viable. So with those comments, Madam President, I just want to support this. raise the concerns that I do have, ask the government to, or in fact, before I sit on it, I think just generally, the issue of retirement and pensions is not given the attention that it deserves from a planning situation. And this is not just government, I'm talking about individuals as well. And so where I would like to see the government perhaps performing a greater role is in financial and pension planning education. I was having a conversation with some public servants late last week in the midst of all the public service celebrations, and they were making the point that, strangely enough, retirement always seems to hit everybody by surprise. It seems to hit the public servant who suddenly his birthday is approaching and is told, well, you have in 6 months' time you have to leave the service, and they suddenly realize I've made no provisions for retirement. I don't understand how this is going to work. The fact that I have to choose between taking a lump sum, taking a pension, what's the effect of taking a lump sum against my pension? How do I live? How do I survive on 1/3 of my income? Sufficient work isn't done within the public service to train and educate public servants as to what to expect with retirement. And I suspect similar is similar in the private sector as well. So oftentimes you have persons who are swiftly approaching the age of 65 who all of a sudden reach in a panic because they've not paid off their mortgage or they've not made preparation for how they're going to live, whether it be rented accommodation, building a property, buying a property, whatever. We need as a society to begin to improve, I believe, our financial literacy generally, but also particularly our pension literacy or pension preparation. So in addition to increasing the money that is being put towards pensions, I think we also need to put some effort, both in the public and the private sector, towards educating persons so they understand exactly what they're going to be facing. As I pointed out, 20 or 30 years without the income that you've gotten used to takes a lot of adjustment. And that is the reality that a lot of persons are facing. Because even if you retire at 65, our average life expectancy is 71. So that's an additional 5 years at minimum. If you're lucky, you live into your 90s. That's 15 years of having to survive on whatever your pension provision is. So I support this bill. I encourage the government, as I've always encouraged them, to do more in relation to this, particularly as relates to persons who are going to be earning above the 725 in any case. Let us ensure that we tie the pensions as much as possible to either inflation or increases in the public sector payments, public sector wages, so that persons can continue to enjoy at least basic standard of living that they got accustomed to while they worked diligently on our behalf. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Polius.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I want to place on record my profound appreciation for all the pensioners of our beloved St. Lucia. We know that these noble men and women are among those who have toiled, those who have sacrificed for this country. They are among the many who have contributed significantly to the development of one sector or another. And so in light of the harsh economic times, Madam President, we all recognize a dire need to increase the pension benefits. And this is to alleviate some of the current pressures, Madam President, and to ensure that they leave with the dignity that they deserve. So on the one hand, Madam President, I support the Pensions Amendment Act, and here is why I support it. Madam President, first of all, the impact of inflation, and the leader of government business as well as opposition business alluded to it. The impact of inflation has eroded the purchasing power of our pensioners, making it a little bit more difficult for them to afford basic necessities such as food, even bread, housing, and not to mention utilities, Madam President. Secondly, Madam President, our pensioners need increased financial support to defray the escalating costs of medical care. Madam President, we do know that many of our pensioners face chronic health issues such as diabetes, kidney disease, cancer, hypertension, and they require regular and expensive treatments and medication. Madam President, I took a look at a doctor's prescription of a diabetic and hypertensive patient. And I realized, did my investigations, and realized that a monthly supply of medication costs $288.75 in a private pharmacy. And that varies, you know, Madam President, depending on the brand of the medication, the drugstore, and the time of purchase. Also note, Madam President, that this amount does not include doctor's visits or the tests, the frequent tests, the blood tests that they have that need to be done even prior to seeing the doctor. Now, Madam President, since hypertensive and diabetic meds are covered on the UHC, this very same prescription would cost the same patient less than $30 in public health facilities such as the hospitals and the health and wellness centers. A difference of about $258.75 if we do the math. But Madam President, I heard the leader of government business talking about, and I have no qualms with that either. We need to consider sometimes the unborn. But we are so concerned about the unborn. What about those who are alive? Those who are here with us today? Aren't we concerned about their health to the point where we are to equip the hospitals, the health and wellness centers, the pharmacies therein with the medication that is needed for those very same patients to be able to access? A difference of $258, Madam President, 75 cents. Don't you think that this would be disposable cash for a pensioner? At least that money could be used to do something else. When we take a good look around, and we hear it all the time, Madam President, à présent, bien mal pour l'hôpital ni remède. Bien mal. Et vous savez qui ça Adam moun le yo ale pour penser l'hôpital et health center yo pas ni bandage. Yo ni pour aller en pharmacie. A acheter ça yo besoin et virer l'hôpital et bien virer un health center puis yo ça joindre penser. This is unacceptable, Madam President. Unacceptable. So in light of the situation, Madam President, I lend my support to the increase being offered to the pensioners. But let me hasten to say, Madam President, let me hasten to add, Madam President, that I will not condone nor support any kind of favoritism in the handling of matters to deal with our country's pensioners. Madam President, I listened because I really wanted to find out what the motive was. I listened attentively to the lower house sitting of Parliament on Tuesday, the 18th of June. And that was with the sole intention of getting some kind of justification and a proper understanding of the motive behind the government's Pensions Amendment Act. I wanted to give the government the benefit of the doubt, but as it turns out, Madam President, it was business as usual. I don't even want to get into that, but it was business as usual. So instead of clarifying the situation which existed, or which exists, currently exists, with the pensioners of this country, the Parliament was just used as a platform, and you know what comes after. Madam President, sometimes, and what we need to understand also is that the very same people on whose behalf we speak are listening to us. And they are watching us. So sometimes, Madam President, those turncoat politicians or those who are still trying to find a niche, sometimes we wonder, what exactly are they doing? Are they doing this for themselves? Are they in this for themselves? Madam President, sometimes I ask myself, whether it is all clear or the all clear has been given, but it has not been communicated to us in words. And we'll find out. But Madam President, upon closer examination of this Pensions Amendment Act, I see an attempt, Madam President, to play on the minds of the pensioners. I see an attempt. I perceive an attempt to make pensioners believe that this government is improving their lives and giving them a livable wage. That's my perception. That is my perception. And what I believe is primarily being done is really to attract votes and to keep some poor and vulnerable among us happy, while others continue to suffer and wallow in the misery and poverty. You see, if you were listening well, you would have heard it. When there is merit, and I've said it umpteen times, Madam President, that on this side, we don't just oppose for opposing sake.
That's right.
If there is some merit in whatever that is being presented, we need to be able to talk about it. We need to be able to highlight it. It does not mean that we do not have concerns. So you'll have your chance to speak, Senator. You'll have your chance to speak. So, Madam President, I also listened to the member for Babonneau in the lower house who announced that 139 poor and vulnerable St. Lucians will benefit from that high jump in pensions.
How many?
139.
Oh, that's why.
Some of these people held good jobs and were not expected to live that long, she said, and will soon receive that upgrade from 200 and 300 to 725, as we have already heard. And that's a difference of $525 and $425 respectively as of August 1st, 2024. That's good news, Madam President. Good news. Good news. But this government, Madam President, must not stretch itself thin to serve party interests, merely to create the illusion that they are acting in the country's best interest. The citizens, Madam President, can see right through them. Right through them.
Yes.
Madam President, another major concern, or one major concern I have with this Pensions Amendment Act, Madam President, is the selective and surreptitious manner with which this is being implemented. Am I getting the impression, Madam President, that this government has perhaps identified those from the flock whom they want to help?
That's a very good question, Senator.
Before you have anything to say, listen. Don't be too hasty. Don't be too hasty.
Just relax.
And I'm going to repeat. Am I getting the impression that this government has perhaps identified those from the flock whom they want to help, and to misrepresent the truth and make St. Lucians believe that they are so responsible and are acting in the best interest of the pensioners, simply sprinkle some UWP supporters in the mix? Madam President, I would really appreciate if the leader of government business could provide some kind of clarification. Clarity is what I seek. Clarity is what I seek. Madam President, can the member allow me to carry on with my presentation, please? Madam President, I remember that the Prime Minister had a photo opportunity with the Pensioners Association, Madam President. Madam President, they invited the media, parties and trade unions, and party people, Madam President, to create that hype, particularly at the time when they introduced the NIC Gold Cards to over 8,000 pensioners. Madam President, can you allow the
Senator Polius, I am speaking to all senators that there is order. However, Senator, I realize you were responding to the senator across the banter across the room. So I am saying to all senators, including your colleague, that there be some order while you present. Take it easy. No big you, not little you.
Madam President, these cards, they said, would entitle pensioners to between 5 and 10% discount from about 100 business places. But as it turned out, Madam President, and based on reliable sources that where I received some information, to me these cards, Madam President, are of little value to the pensioners. I'm not sure how many of them actually benefit from the discounts at those hospitals or pharmacies or labs or hardware stores, supermarkets, and so on. But what we know...
I'm just checking. You are not sure?
Pardon me?
So you are not sure, Senator? So what are you saying?
What I'm saying is I'm questioning. I'm questioning. But what is for certain is that the political mileage that this government made when they launched the gold cards for pensioners, that was huge. And the publicity, that was used. Why do I say that, Madam President? Why do I say this? I say all of this to make the point and to make it abundantly clear to the people of this country that the Labour Party is all about show-off and pontification. Absolutely nothing is the real deal where this government is concerned, Madam President. So now they are so convinced that they have controlled and muzzled the majority of the 8,000 pensioners. They believe it is the perfect time to roll out the red carpet for the 139 pensioners who will be upgraded to 725. I say to you, pensioners, it's your money. It's your money. You deserve it. Take it, but don't be fooled. Madam President, another reservation that I have with this piece of legislation is the discriminatory manner in which it is being implemented. Discriminatory manner in which it is being implemented. And just bear with me. You will understand where I'm coming from. Madam President, what I perceive that this government seeks to do under this Pensions Amendment Act is to arbitrarily disregard the established calculations of a pensioner's incomes and instead offer a lump sum. A lump sum to them in order to really entice them, particularly as we know that elections might be around the corner. Is this another rollout?
Senator Polius, I want to advise you to be very careful with those words. For one, I don't think a rollout had been put forward yet by anyone. It's just that it indicated that it would be rolled out by the 1st of August. And so I am advising you to tread carefully with these accusations. Almost it sounds like that the government is trying to entice, etc. That information was not given in terms of how it would be calculated. So I think you should stay away from that line of argument in your own best interest.
I'm so guided, Madam President. Madam President, as I continue, if this government is interested in all pensioners, then there is need to undertake some kind of reclassification of pensions so that all pensioners can benefit. This reclassification, Madam President, must re-examine all levels of pensioners. Maybe some kind of exercise would need to be conducted to provide relief to all and not just a few. We recognize that. Madam President, what we would like to see on this side, Madam President, is an objective and transparent calculation, whatever that is proposed, it's not done yet, but this is what we would like to see, taking into consideration all pensioners. And if whatever that exists is inadequate, no longer serves the purpose of an equitable distribution of pensions, then please, something else must be configured and implemented. Madam President, I also want to turn my attention to private sector pensioners. And I think that perhaps this government needs to include them in the mix in a serious way. So don't just say loosely that private sector pensioners who are earning $200 and $300 will be upgraded to $500. But you would need to speak to NIC to determine its feasibility. Madam President, for heaven's sake, if that decision is not finalized, don't come on TV, national TV, and give private sector pensioners the impression that this might happen. That's nothing more than just bluffing and making promises that you might not be able to keep, Madam President. And Madam President, what about those? What about those who have worked so hard? Those who made NIC contributions, they knew very well that NIC dues were being deducted off their wages on a month, on a fortnightly basis, or monthly basis. And of course, when they get to a certain age, Madam President, they go to NIC and claim. Of course, you can go and ask for what is due to you. Madam President, you know how embarrassing that is when you go there to be told there is nothing? There is nothing for you. We have no records of contributions being made by you. You know how embarrassing that is, Madam President, and frustrating that is? Madam President, do you know that there are over 500 St. Lucians who are receiving no pensions? And they are actually suffering today, Madam President, because they were not able to benefit from their hard-earned pension contributions? Madam President, out of that number, over 50 of them are from the Dennery Valley area. Madam President, they were making contributions. But you know what happened, Madam President? You know what is shocking? These contributions never got to NIC. And this is something that has caused much frustration. Madam President,
you are the governor. Step in.
The general manager, and we will remember that if maybe your memory has not evaded you. The general manager of the Castries Apparel in Bizet at the time, Madam President, was the one collecting those contributions from the employees. Pension contributions from over 500 employees' wages were deducted, but never were they forwarded to the National Insurance Corporation. How callous and unconscionable.
Senator, Senator Farah Polius, what's the source of your information?
Madam President, I may not have anything tangible at this moment to give you to satisfy your question, but I can surely get it for you. I can surely get all of that information for you, Madam President.
I wish that you would provide that to this House, because this is a serious accusation. Almost, it sounds like you've named the company, you have named the CEO, and the number of employees. So I would like you to please provide the Senate with that information, factual information, please. Thank you.
In due course.
Thank you.
Madam President, I want to urge, because these people, it is really unfair. And I have spoken to some of these employees, Madam President. I have spoken to some of them, Madam President. And this is the embarrassment that they face when they go to NIC and they are told that there is nothing for them. It's serious, Madam President.
And
so I really want this government to do something.
Interrupting you, Senator Polius, we do plan to have a sitting on Thursday, and I urge you to please provide that information on Thursday, 27th June. Thank you.
So we urge this government, Madam President, to include these employees in the list of pensioners to benefit from
Madam
this.
President, on a point of order. Madam President, the member continues to mislead the House by giving the impression that it is a government function to go after private sector. If she is trying to have a debate with the National Insurance Council or intends to raise her questions or concerns with the NIC, I can understand that, but we are here to debate the Pensions Amendment Bill, and this is irrelevant to the debate at hand.
So noted, Senator. Please proceed, Senator Polius.
Madam President, honestly, I don't see the irrelevance because we are really talking about our workers here in this country and the benefits.
In as much that we are talking about workers of this country, Senator Polius, you have been going here, there, and I want to bring you back a little and to stay on course as much as possible. Yeah?
Thank you, Madam President. So, Madam President, the opposition is calling on this government to do three things, or maybe two things, for the country's pensioners. Please ensure that an equitable measure or tool is used so that when pensions are calculated, that every pensioner benefits from the increase. And perhaps, because you have cautioned me on this one, it would be a wise thing for the government to consider private sector pensioners. That's what we're asking for. It would be a wise idea for the government to consider private sector pensioners. Madam President, I want to end my submission on this Pensions Amendment Act with newsflash, Madam President. Madam President, this administration needs to know that the majority of the citizens of this country have awakened from this sleep. They have awakened from this sleep. And even if some are still tossing and turning, finding the strength to fully wake up, but the majority of them have awakened from this sleep. Madam President, sometimes, and we've heard it time and again, that you can fool some people sometimes, like our Robert Nesta Marley sang, but you can't fool all the people all the time. And because we know that the people of this country have seen the light, Madam President, they will stand for what is truth, they will stand for what is right, and they will stand for what is honorable. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Charles. My apologies, Senator Antoine. Was your light on before? I'm asking, are you yielding to Senator Charles in his maiden? Okay, Senator Charles.
Thank you. You can put this up. Yeah. Thank you very much, Senators, Madam. Excuse my voice this morning. I just got my first concession, Senator, to yield. I want to start by thanking you for the welcome, and my thanks to all the other senators and the staff who have embraced me since I got here. I just want to make a few brief points of thanks and appreciation. First of all, to His Excellency the Governor General for the appointment. And I realized that the appointment was made to replace another senator who has provided human service to this House. Perchance as well, I noticed on the Senate instrument of appointment that is being made in the reign of King Charles. And I just want to assure senators that notwithstanding all the Charleses, there's no nepotism there. Or else I would have stepped away right so immediately. I also want to thank the members of my family who are here to witness this occasion. And I'm sure they're here to assure themselves that I left the house to come here and not anywhere else. Because we in the Calypso season, and I've normally been disappearing to go to Calypso tents. So I thank them, and I thank them for the continued support, and I also for the continued prayers as well. My intention, being a senator, is to make my interventions from my conscience and not from a corner. As Martin Luther has said, to go against your conscience is either right or safe. But because my voice isn't strong today, I intend to be very brief, but to make some 3 points on the matter before us. Firstly, I see the amendment to the Pensions Act as very significant for seniors in our society, like most other contributors thus far. Because once you pass 60 in St. Lucia, you're actually on your way down in terms of the society's response to your needs, whether it's from at the institutional level or in terms of your own ability to earn. Because 60 is seen as being a senior, and in some cases, a lot of these benchmarks are enshrined in law. So it's important that government has recognized that both your earning power as well as your ability to gain from institutions diminish when you turn 60. The second important to me point about this amendment is the date, 1st of August. It may be for some, a very important date for public relations purposes, but as a student of history, as a family which is from the descendants of enslaved people, emancipation is very important to me. However, 1st of August should be seen as a period of the commencement of amelioration, because there will not be an instant magic wand to turn fortunes and fortitudes as of August 1st. And that should be seen as a commencement date, and government can determine whether it's 3 or 4 years, where we look at the full improvement of pensions, including the increase in the pensions allowance. My third point on the matter, Madam President, has to do with the preparation for amendments like these. I am sure the technical team would have done their research, they would have done the benchmarking and so forth. However, any figure we arrive at is likely to be questioned or challenged, but it is a start. This is why benchmarking and the analysis is so important. That an increase doesn't necessarily mean everybody will benefit, but it sets a minimum standard. So people who are pensioned at least can budget on the assurance that they have a starting point. And it's not left to the whims and fancies of employers to determine what you get, or some calculation which is outdated. Madam President, I want to comment my support to the amendments, and again to thank you and to thank the Governor General for appointing me as an independent senator. I thank you very much.
Senator Pauline. Antoine Prosper.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, before I delve into the meat of the matter, allow me leave to welcome our new independent senator, Mr. Ember Charles, and to wish him well. I also wish to welcome our two temporary senators, Mr. Shelton Daniel and Mr. George Goddard. Let me wish our former independent senator, Mr. Aziz, continued recovery. I also wish to, at the conclusion of our part as host of the 2020 World Cup, I want to congratulate the Ministry of Youth and Sports under the capable hands of Honorable 2024, under the capable hands of Minister Kenson Casimir for a job well done. Let me also extend sincere condolences to the members of the Bar Association on their recent loss. Madam President, I rise to support an amendment which is of historic proportion and profound in importance. Madam President, this is an amendment to adjust the pension of government pensioners, for those who forgot, to a minimum of $725 EC monthly. In fact, the bill provides for the amendment of the Pension Act by inserting a new section 9A that states, notwithstanding the calculations of a pensionable emolument under section 9, a monthly pension granted to an officer shall not be less than $725 EC. Madam President, no government pensioner will receive less than $725 from August 1st, 2024. Madam President, this is the first time that this has ever happened in St. Lucia. History will be written and lives will be impacted positively. Madam President, we must appreciate the merits of increasing the pension of our most vulnerable citizens. Madam President, as a government, our commitment is to the well-being of St. Lucians, especially those who have contributed to the community throughout their lives. It reflects the values of compassion, dignity, and justice. Madam President, this group of pensioners includes former principals, teachers, nurses, police, fire officers, to name a few, and many of our civil servants, who did not only perform their substantive duties, but also engaged in community building. They formed clubs and provided guidance and helped us who are around the table today become leaders. Madam President, there is a list of established government pensioners, and everyone eligible will benefit. I am appalled at the statement made by Senator Polius to suggest that there will be discrimination in the selection of pensioners. Madam President, these people raise funds for community building. They gave their time. They never asked for compensation. Today, Madam President, many of them can hardly support themselves. Some of them receive as little as $350 or $300 monthly as a pension. With the rise of inflation over the years, Madam President, from an historical average of 1.1 between 2009 and 2021, the government saw it necessary to alleviate the plight of pensioners. And that's about 148 from the Prime Minister's account. Madam President, this government is committed to alleviating poverty among pensioners. Most of our seniors rely solely on their pension to meet their basic needs, such as food, housing, and health care. By increasing the pension, we are significantly improving the quality of lives of those who qualify, ensuring they live with dignity and comfort, and the comfort they deserve. For some, the increase will be more than 100% of the current pension. Madam President, I think this is commendable. However, those who never showed care, those who didn't seem to be aware of the existing pension, are now saying out of shame that it is not enough. They find all faults. Madam President, at the moment, this is what the economy can afford. This is also money well spent. Madam President, money spent to positively impact the lives of St. Lucians. This is not the same as 32 million spent on Lockerbie. Madam President, the naysayers have been asking, why now? Madam President, nobody who is sensitive to the plight of pensioners should ask why now. The answer is simple, Madam President. It is now. because the right government is in power. It is now, Madam President, because this government is a government who plans with the people of St. Lucia in mind. It is now, Madam President, because we understand the struggles and the need of the people and the needs of the people of this country. It is now, Madam President, because we love and appreciate pensioners, not because we are playing politics, Madam President. It is now, Madam President, because this government pledged to put the people of St. Lucia first, and this government, the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party, continues to put the people of St. Lucia first. Madam President, while they focus on the needs of horses, we focus on the needs of the people. Today it is the turn of the pensioners. It is now, Madam President, because the former administration did not have the wisdom or the foresight to understand and see the merit of unfreezing the pension and establishing a minimum pension. Madam President, government pensions have been frozen for decades. As of August 1st, 2024, we shall witness history. The minimum pension for government workers will be $725. Naidi Sanko, iniquité l'année, gens qui pension from gouvernement Saint-Lucie, pension n'a pas qu'à monter, pension c'est même bagaille là. Comme ça, sous pension 2015, et pension nous c'était $300, pension n'a même bagaille là. Gouvernement a dit, on chaye bail a fait, là ça y a créé inflation, puis bagaille a monté. Comme ça, gouvernement sensible assez pour il voulait faire un bagaille pour aider les gens qui ont pension. Comme ça, il a dit, pièce moun cette ici, pas supposé joindre, moins dit $725 par mois pour pension yo. Comme ça, tous ces moun qui te ka joindre $300 qui te ka travailler avec gouvernement, qui te ka joindre $300, $350. Les premiers à où arriver l'année ça là, pension yo ka monter pour $725. Comme ça, on chaque moun yon 148 moun là, pension yo ka monter avec dans ces moun ça là, pension yo ka doubler. So sous te ka joindre 350 at 350, c'est $700. If ka joindre 725. Madam President, the focus of the former government, from all indications, was on themselves, not the people. And therefore, the needs of the people did not seem to be a priority, and ultimately, their needs were not met. Madam President, I am an educator. Jacob Kunin coined the term withitness. It means the teacher constantly shows awareness of what is going on in the classroom and takes actions based on that awareness. It doesn't seem that the former government had a clue about the needs of the people of this country and did nothing to alleviate poverty. There was no withitness. But now they want to say this is not enough. Why now? And they are even talking about discrimination as if somebody can go to the list of pensioners for government and remove the names of yellow and leave the names of red or whatever. I don't know who could do that. Madam President, yeah, this is really, really crazy. Madam President, this minimum pension is an increase to the thousands, to the 148 people who are in critical need of support. They need to support their health and their well-being. Higher pensions can help cover the cost of medication, as we have heard before, regular medical checkups, and other essential health services. Madam President, this amendment will help increase the longevity of our citizens as they will be more financially stable. The financial stability reduces stress and anxiety, contributing to better health and overall well-being. Madam President, in addition to this, government will deliver. We are already delivering the Golden 80s health package. Free medication, hearing, eye care services at our wellness centers to the people who are over 50, and also free ambulance services. Madam President, in addition, we will deliver St. Jude Hospital to the people of St. Lucia. We will deliver St. Jude Hospital to the people of St. Lucia.
Yes, we will.
Madam President, the improved, and that's what they don't want to hear.
Yes.
The improved financial security provided by this minimum pension allows our elderly to regain better independence of their lives. The social isolation that they have faced is a significant issue among the elderly, often exacerbated by financial constraints. Higher pension will enable our seniors to participate more actively in social and community activities, reducing loneliness and fostering stronger community bonds. As we grow older, we have fewer friends, we are more isolated, and so this is an opportunity for them to be able, if they have a few more dollars, to be able to go to an activity, to be able to pay somebody to take them there, etc. So that they feel they have the social engagement is vital for their mental health and emotional well-being, helping our elderly feel valued and connected. Madam President, there are economic benefits to increasing the pension to a minimum of $725. Our pensioners will have the ability to spend more on goods and services, stimulating our local economy. This increased spending supports businesses and can lead to job creation, benefiting the community as a whole. Madam President, this government takes very seriously its moral responsibility to care for those who helped in laying the foundation of our society. The elderly have contributed to the growth and prosperity of our country through their hard work and dedication. And this is something the government will not forget, and this is why we are providing all the support, even if people feel that over 80, some people feel that people over 80 are useless, but they don't remember the contribution that these people have made to our society. They ask why these people are dying just now and whatever, but we value the contribution that everyone has made to this country. The amendment helps to ensure a more secure and dignified pension to our retirees. This is a testament of our respect and gratitude for their lifelong contributions to this country. Madam President, adan nou ka kwe nou pa evini gwan moun, ek nou pa mele ek gwan moun, nou pa vle point ka gwan moun, mais gwan moun ha fait contribution yo pour pays ça là. Yo ja fait contribution yo pour communauté yo. Yo ja travail wed pour lever mamay. Et nous savons à dans temps ça là nous yo te ka lever pas mamay la kayo seulement mais yo te ka lever mamay en communant. Avec nous ni pour apprécier contribution ça là. On chaya nous peut pas ni on est au cas en anglais. Mais pas ni chance là pour vivre autant longtemps. Mais si nous vivons là, nous pouvons comprendre, ça y est. Parce que moi, changé les papa, moi, t'es 70 l'année, et que mon t'eka traité long la vie. Il y a là où vivre en long la vie. Il n'est pas tellement bon parce que laisse là presque tout gens ont jamais mort. Ou pas rester gens. Dans ces gens, on y a des gens couchés dans un coin côté. Ils passent à venir wow. C'est où pour aller yo. Et ou même des gens ou dans un coin. So c'est pas tout le monde qui est bien et qui sous pied yo. Les yo vivent long la vie. Comme ça, nous ni pour faire exemple actuellement. Pour les nous vivre là, à dans nous qui ni chance pour vivre là, pour nous pas dans le coin et personne pas mêler avec nous. So ça me mettre tout le monde sous garde. En nous make sure nous point cas ces monde là qui a fait fondation pour payer à nous. Madam President, this amendment is an example of the growth of the importance of caring for one another. This solidarity strengthens social cohesion and fosters a more compassionate and empathetic society. This is what we should be working towards so that we do not have those people who do not care about anybody. Madam President, this is an amendment aligned with the goals of social justice and equality. It helps bridge the gap between the vulnerable and the less fortunate, promoting a more equitable distribution of resources and opportunities. Madam President, this amendment to establish a minimum pension for the most vulnerable is not merely a financial adjustment. And I will say again, it's not politics. It is a reaffirmation of the commitment of the Philip J. Pierre-led administration to human dignity and social justice. It reflects our collective values and dedication to ensuring that every member of the society is cared for. And you have seen the policies of the Philip J. Pierre-led administration. Pregnant mothers, free scans, elderly care. This year, owners of preschools that are registered will receive $2,500 to help with the start of school. We continue to pay CXC Maths and English for all children, not SLP supporters. We continue to give a laptop to all students, and we have given to all students at the secondary school level. We have the youth economy that is open to all young people, not just SLP supporters. We give MSME loan. We have the loan grant facility, and we serve everybody. And you can see both SLP and UWP, we do not discriminate. We give tertiary education bursaries to all students we can. We give scholarships to hundreds of students who are at university now. We do not discriminate. We have the UniPass grant for struggling students who are at university, a maximum of 10,000. We assist all those we are based on our budget. We have back to school assistance for all the students we can help. The opposition, yeah, they get. We don't discriminate. We have removed VAT on specific goods and everybody benefits. We have increased the teacher material allowance for all teachers, not some. Madam President, and the list goes on and on. Madam President, before I conclude, I need to address an issue that has come up back and forth in the upper house and the lower house. And this has to do with the school bus subsidy. I think I have answered this before. But I was happy when Senator Fede admitted to the decline of world population. Madam President, St. Lucia is in the world. Yes, St. Lucia is in the world. Yeah, we are not in mass. So when he speaks of decline in world population, St. Lucia is included.
Yes.
For some time now, it's over a decade, we noticed the decline in school population in the rural communities. But the reality has hit us hard for city schools. And the schools, the numbers have dwindled and the numbers are very low. Even the schools that would take so many children, we had to cut down on the number of of students in some of the primary schools that were very popular for parents. So it is a reality that if the numbers are smaller, you have to give fewer students bus subsidy. So when people are using the statistics to make political mileage, they need to provide information in the right context. They need to do that. Provide information in the right context. So we know that there's a decline in the number of students at primary, at secondary school level, and so you have few students to benefit from the subsidy. There are no two ways about that, Madam President. The other issue I have is what we say in the Creole parlance, couteau de langue. Members opposite tell you they support this and they support that. But as a school teacher, I know about conjunctions. But, however, it's either you agree or you disagree. So you speak about the value of the cards, gold cards for pensioners. It's either of value or it's not of value. You speak of how much value. You agree with the amendment and you say however. So I really do not know where the opposition the opposition stands on the bill. If you are saying you agree and you don't state why you agree, and then you may say you have some reservations here and there, but you say you agree point blank and then you come back and you say something else. Madam President, this is a government that cares deeply for the well-being of all its citizens. And I'll say it again, all its citizens. And continues to work assiduously to pass necessary legislation in the interest of the people of St. Lucia to ensure that they are healthy, stronger, more productive, and compassionate to one another. This is very important, Madam President. And therefore, with all of the noise on the other side, we know that we have done something good for the people of St. Lucia. We have done something good for the pensioners of St. Lucia. And we shall continue to serve the people of St. Lucia. And therefore, Madam President, I give my unreserved support for this amendment. I thank you.
Senator Daniel.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And let me join others before me who have welcomed and congratulated our newest senator independent senator, Mr. Ember Charles. I can think of few people who I believe are better equipped and poised to make very productive, very memorable, very useful contributions to the deliberations of this House that we can be sure will be given with the very best intentions, from the most profound place of sincerity, objectivity, and all that he has to offer without any malice, without any bias or partiality, than Senator Ember Charles. My association with him, even when it has been, you might even say superficial, but has been a very long one, but always a very rewarding one. A gentleman always prepared to help, to give the benefit of his experience to those who seek it, and holds no malice even when you would have disagreed or criticized him. He has this equanimity about him where, you know, he thinks high. He's a person who was a very high-minded person, not just broad-minded, but very high-minded, above any kind of pettiness or anything of that sort. He's one of the very few things I will say about him, but there's so much that can be said about him. I've known him as a chairman of Radio St. Lucia. I've known him as director of information services. I've known him in so many different capacities in the media in which I have been associated that I can speak this way with confidence about Senator Ember Charles. So my personal welcome to him, and I'm sure we will be all the better and in no way disappointed in having him here. Madam President, my deceased mother, and just for being my mother, for among many other justifiable reasons, a real great woman who very few people outside my immediate family circles would have known about, had a saying that she often told us in Creole. It went like this: Ishmael, la moun de yo se de yo 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 sav. Usa fe sauvle se de yo yo ye. Translated, it means, my child, when you see people out to get you, it's out there out to get you, you know. You can do what you want, is out there out to get you. They can have a complaint with you, deal with that complaint, the goalpost changes, is something else. That's the problem. They can have this, is something else. They're just out to get you. And I've been wondering about, maybe it was there all the time, but something I've noticed about the United Workers' Party. They have a problem with this, the problem is addressed, or they never had a problem with it, they were indifferent to it, they never tried to do anything about it, you do something about it, they actually come to the parliament and say, it's a good thing, I support it, but you're not doing it out of the goodness of your heart. You're doing it out of an ulterior motive. You're doing it so that you can try to get votes. You're doing it, and I'm saying, but wait a minute. It's not a matter of not being satisfied. How do you go into somebody's heart and mind and intentions to know what their motives are? I thought there were people in a place like this august parliament that we try to deal with the objective, with the verifiable. You know, with what it is that can be discerned, with what is empirical. These are the things. And you know, these are the things I learned along the way from Senator Charles, you know. You know, you can have all your little speculative things about maybe this. What are the objective things about the information and the evidence and the facts and the research and the thing? He's a very strong research-focused person and research-based person that I know about him. And whatever little I was able to gather from him in his little conversations, that's what he'll tell you about. How do you support even your preconceptions, you might even say your prejudices, but does the evidence and the research and the information and the verifiable and the empirical, does it support it? And I was rather surprised. And I'm sorry, Madam President, if I went outside the bounds of who I normally am in the little jabs and the little, you know, sotto voce picong that I was holding out. Because to me, Senator Ferropolius, before the attainment of her PhD, which we all in this chamber at the time, loudly, robustly, genuinely congratulated her for. To me, it's now that she has a PhD that I heard her veering off from what I am sure she must have had to bring to bear on her attainment of a Doctor of Philosophy. To be factual, to be empirical, what it is that you can prove, what it is. But I hear Senator Foley's veering off on speculative thing about the motives. You know, she supports the bill, you know, but, you know, she knows it's not coming from a place of the heart of the government. That sincerity is up to some tricks they is up to something, and she hopes they're going to be even-handed about it. And I said, are you trying to tell me that pensioners who are supporting UWP are getting treated differently from pensioners who are supporting SLP? How do you know that to begin with? But even if you know that, based on the way pensions are computed, are calibrated, how they are disbursed, you know, from the NIC, how is that even possible to do that kind of thing? And if you know it is happening, what have you done about it? This is what I find is happening in our country, and it is mostly emanating from the United Workers' Party. The organs and the facilities and the processes and the means that exist to channel and to deal with things of that nature are not being employed. I hear people all over the place talking about all different things, but in the parliament, you don't hear them posing questions to ministers. You won't hear them moving to the courts to get an injunction. In fact, they seem to be relying on somebody overseas who threatens a lawsuit. That seems to be all the fuel that the engine is running on, as opposed to doing their homework. And I'm saying, but wait, if you know something as dastardly as this is taking place, that pensioners who are believed to be supporting a political party are being discriminated against, don't tell me it's only now you're coming up with that you have not yet, pardon the expression, raised the hell about it. I mean, you're supposed to raise hell and the devil about this kind of thing. You should not rest. There should be demonstrations, and I'm sure even people who support the red side, they must have a cousin, they must have an auntie, they must have a nenen, they must have a relative who is being discriminated against, that they don't care about color, but my nenen and my auntie and so on is getting the short end of the stick, and I will not stand for it. So I had to wonder about this speculative, you know, lack of empirical thing that is varying and so on. And I'm making the point. If someone is doing me good, and they're doing me good not as a matter of personal favoritism, they're doing me good as a matter that is on all fours. It squares with the law. It squares with justice. It squares with regulations and so on. What is this thing about you doing it to me, you raise my pension, but I know you do it because you want to make me vote for you in the next elections? Even that's an issue I'm going to come to the parliament with. It's only going to come to the parliament. It's done according to law. It's done in accordance with the indexes for inflation and the rise in prices and all the things that are afflicting, especially those who are no longer earning an income. They're depending upon the pension and retirement benefits, whatever it is that you give them. What is the quarrel about? But then a little later on in Senator Polius' presentation, I began to realize what the quarrel is about. Because both Senator Polius and the leader of opposition business allude to inflation. Inflation. He would swear it's only St. Lucia inflation affecting. I wonder if we're living in different worlds, because I go, I read, I research. I see inflation has practically brought so many big and resilient and mighty economies practically to their knees. Supermarket inflation, food prices, fuel, all the things we're complaining about in St. Lucia, they are affecting the entire world, and they don't seem to have a solution to do anything about it in terms of actually causing a reduction in it. It's a complicated process. It calls about a complex interplay in different parts of the economy. You don't just go and raise prices, because then you're going to be causing another type of inflation. You don't just go and raise salaries and so on. You do that in the government sector. You put pressure on the private sector, because then people working in the private sector, they're going to say to their employers, look, the government employers got a raise. We want one too. The thing is that government can go and raise taxes. Government has the power of legislation. It can do things in order to cause revenue to increase the pay packets of its workers. But what about the private sector that does not have that power to go and to raise taxes and to increase? They have to base it upon the performance of their business and so on. Are you putting them under a certain amount of pressure? Therefore, you have to make your calculations very precise. We will give the government workers a raise, but give them a raise at a quantum, at a level that does not put too much unsustainable pressure on the private sector that cannot do as we do in terms of raising prices. You have to balance the economy. You have to do a minimum wage. Yes, you do a minimum wage, but the minimum wage cannot be so much that at the end of the day, people will be shutting businesses because they say they can't meet it and they can't do this and they can't do that. And then the very people you think you're helping, you now put them at a disadvantage because they're losing their jobs. So that is why so much discussion and commission and task force and so on goes into those things, and we have to be careful about them. I listened to the leader of opposition business, and he was quoting from the Social and Economic Review. And he's trying to show the amount that was budgeted for pensions and gratuities. And he's careful to say it, and gratuities. There's a difference between pensions and gratuities. If you're doing an analysis of the growth in pensions and that is a small amount, don't put gratuities in it. Gratuity is a different thing than pension. Somebody correct me, maybe even the leader of opposition business, if he wants, can correct me right now. I thought gratuity is something that is negotiated somewhere in a contract or whatever. You haven't even finished with me coming up.
Madam President, I rise on a point of order.
What is your point of order,
The member is misleading the House. I did not.
Senator.
Yes. I said that the line item is retirement benefits, which also includes gratuities. There is no number that separates pension from gratuities to give the impression that we're trying to confuse the issue is incorrect.
I beg to differ. I didn't hear all of that.
That is what he's alluding to.
The only term I heard you use was pension.
No, retirement and benefits is what they... And I did not quote the Social and Economic Review. That's wrong. You will never find it there. I quoted the estimates of the year 2024.
When you quoted the estimates, you only referred to pensions as the only term I heard you use.
Benefits.
You're now saying that's what you said?
Benefits is what I said.
Pardon?
Retirement benefits, which includes pensions and gratuities.
I am asking you,
Yeah.
when you made your presentation, what was the term that you used?
Retirement benefits, which also includes, but it's a combination of pension and gratuities.
I only heard pensions. I might be wrong. I will have to check the records, but that's the only thing I heard. I will have to check on the recording, but that is what you said, Senator Fide.
So the point is this, Madam President, is that if in that 150,000 there is retirement benefits, which include pension and gratuities, it means that the pension figure is that much smaller.
Senator Daniel, please proceed.
I do not know how one can do any analysis of pensions by quoting a figure that includes pensions and gratuities. They have to be disaggregated from one another. This is the point that I am making. And if one is saying that the only growth that you have had in pensions has been 150,000, I am saying that even when you look at the 725, I made it 750. It's 725, it would be more than that. When you divide 150,000 by 750, which it is actually less, you get 200. So it means if you were to consider that out of that amount, you were paying a straight retirement benefit of $750 to each person, it means 200 people immediately would be getting that retirement benefit. But it is not that you are paying it. Some are already at 500, so you're increasing them. Some are at 300, you're increasing them. So the figure who will benefit is likely to be, according to that computation, much more than the 200. Right? This is a point that I am making about it. So let us not make it look like it is a small amount. And we are not talking about people are going to be limited or capped at 725. What they are saying is that the 725 will represent the de minimis quantity that you are going to pay to anyone who is a government pensioner. All right? This is what I understand it to be.
Madam President, I rise on the point of order again.
Senator Fede, please take your seat. Yes. We have been through this before. You turn on your light. I acknowledge you. You stand. Now, put on your light. Senator Fede.
Yeah. Madam President, I rise on the point of order again.
Your point of order, Senator Fede?
Yeah, the member continues to mislead the House. If you are, the number that I heard bandied around today is 139 people that are going to benefit from this initiative. I don't know where the 200 came into the analysis. If the government in its budget is going to give us numbers, and the difference from the previous financial year to now is 150,000. The 150,000, if you want to do an average, needs to be divided by the 139. And that's the number. Now, there is no number that the government has given for pensions in any of the documents which you have provided to us. You've only given us retirement benefits. Hence, we have to make the guesstimation from the line item on the head 44 of the estimates of revenues and expenditure. And that is the absolute truth.
Senator, Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. I write on a point of order. The member,
point of order.
The member is attempting to utilize a statement made by his colleague to mislead this House. He did make the point that 139 persons was being banded around. That's not true. It wasn't being banded around. That statement was made by Senator Polius, who has left the chamber. She's not here to clarify it. And he's making a case with the use of a number that his colleague introduced into the debate. No one here had spoken. I was the only one who had spoken from this side. And so he's using that number to mislead the House. Thank you, Madam. I need to be heard in silence. To mislead the chamber to bring up a calculation. Madam President, I appreciate your patience, but I believe this member has stood about 3 times, and each time he stands, he uses a different false statistic to try to make a false claim. And on that particular case, he has used 139 to mathematically make a false claim that his colleague introduced into the debate. And she's not in the chamber, conveniently or otherwise, to actually provide clarity on this. And I think, Madam President, that this is grossly disingenuous and should not be allowed to get away in this honorable chamber.
Senator Daniel, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam President. For a moment there, I thought I was in danger of being forgotten, because my contribution became an objection, which became a clarification. I know I can always depend upon your perspicacity to recall that I was actually the substantive contributor of the moment. Let me just verify that this figure which I brought about is not any official figure. I explained that the $150,000, which Senator Fede, and this doesn't have to be his words, that he claimed was the only substantial increase. That I said, if you take this $150,000 and you divide it by about the 725, you're going to get 200 people who will benefit. I never said that is the official number that has been bandied about. I'm not one to give percentages. I'm just saying that 200 people getting bumped up to the de minimis quantity of 725, that is something, because it doesn't mean everybody is going to be at that level. Some would already have been on the way so that they would be helped to get to that. This is all the point I'm making. I'm not giving. I also note, Madam President.
Senator Fede.
Yeah. So, Madam President, if I may just rise on a point of elucidation.
Would you yield, Senator Daniel? He wants to elucidate. Will you yield?
Yeah. So I just have a very brief question. If it's not 200, then can somebody on the government side tell us how many people in your analysis are going to benefit from this policy?
Senator Fede. Senator Fede.
Yes.
During your presentation, you had all the time to ask those questions. You are standing on a point of order elucidation. This is not the time. You are interrupting the presentation by the senator so that you could ask the government side to provide you with information. I would ask you to allow the senator to proceed.
But we are being accused.
There is no but. I have ruled. I ask you to please take your seat.
The government side telling us what is the truth, and you're going to not provide the
opposition the opportunity
to get the information. Is that what you're doing?
I have turned off your mic. Senator Daniel, please proceed.
Another point of order and another one will be around the corner very soon. We know how it goes. So many extraneous things are being brought into debates, and they're slipped in all the time, things that have really nothing to do with the bill under consideration. It's been done all the time. We hear about people who factories closed down. This has been happening for a long time. Castri's Apparel, if I remember, this was more than 30 years ago, the closure of Castri's Apparel. It's only been brought up now because the manager of Castri's Apparel at the time is somebody who's known to be very closely embedded in the membership and functioning of the Labour Party. But Castri's Apparel closed down when a United Workers' Party government was in office. So the question is, if Castri's Apparel was such a heinous thing, why is it now being brought up 30 years later? What did the United Workers' Party do by way of advocacy, which is a question I would have liked to ask directly to Senator Polius? What is the advocacy that you did for what you said was the social security injustice which was done? Because to the best of my knowledge, on every occasion that businesses have folded and tried to skip town without paying the national insurance contributions for people, including what they deducted from them, because I think the law is that half of the contributions you deducted from the workers' pay, and the other half is topped up. So if they deduct $200 for NIC contributions from my money, my employer adds another $200. So the total that gets submitted to NIC on my behalf will be $400. What was happening is that, and it's not a matter of any government or SLP, whatever, it has happened time and time again, not just with Castri's Apparel. It happened, I think, with Bell Fashions. I was down there to cover the closure of Bell Fashions and the wrapping up, and I saw national insurance people come in there to put the place on the lock and to secure the assets that were there, sewing machines and so on, that they were going to sell to recover money that Bell Fashion should have paid to them that they didn't pay. Sewing machines were being sold. I think ex-workers were being given the first choice to purchase overlock machines and whatever, so that NIC could have collected money. There have been instances where NIC, I think the very act empowers them to take the matter to court, to seek whatever redress that they can get in the court. But almost every occasion, the government has never left the workers out in the lurch. They have always come in and stepped in to make up what is lacking, to make sure that the workers do not suffer through an injustice that is not of their own. But yes, people are supposed to look after their own business. Just this week, my mind just said, go and check your business. I worked in Antigua for a few years and I said, boy, you never know if all the time I was there taken for granted that people, including the government of Antigua and Barbuda, if they were paying my national insurance, they call it social security, of their contributions. And I know the director of social security, whom I've interviewed directly and have a good relationship, and I messaged him and he called back and said, Mr. Daniel, I can assure you that all your contributions have been made and they are up to date. I said, St. Lucia, let me get in touch with national insurance. And they said, well, you're up to date, except for 3 months before this month, but that is acceptable because sometimes they need to get everything reconciled and so on, but up to January, February, whatever is 3 months before this year, you're up to date and so on. So don't worry about the other 3 months. If after a certain time it's not made, we can tell you, but right now you're good. I looked into, not everybody's going to do it. Not everybody has that kind of consciousness about them, but they should be able to do it. So don't go back to Castri's Apparel 30-something years ago when a UWP government was in office and so on, and this matter eventually got resolved like all the others. Look at Majestic Industries. Who was the government that came in after the fact and that made sure that the workers of Majestic, that they got paid? You think they, What was that? Liat as well. The Liat workers in St. Lucia. Who was the government which has that kind of social conscience regarding the welfare, the social welfare of workers in this country, to make sure that whatever was left hanging loose by their employers, that it does not affect them and so on? The very same government that is now looking to make sure that they have a livable minimum pension in their hands. And I think the thinking of this government is one that works in a cohesive manner. You're not all over the place doing this piece there and doing that there. If we're going to implement a livable minimum wage, we also have to think of the people who no longer are wage earners, but they have been contributors to the society. So we put in a minimum livable wage, let's put in a minimum livable pension for those who no longer part of the workforce. That is what I think the point has to be made. And so, I want to suggest that the United Workers' Party stop fostering or attempting to foster a spirit of ingratitude. And not just a spirit of ingratitude, where you did nothing. And when I say you, I'm not talking about you. But they did nothing about something. They never attempted to address it. But when the successor, the incumbent now, tries to do something about it, you're always trying to make a case about, oh, you're doing it, but not out of the goodness of your heart. You're doing it because you have ulterior motives. You're doing it because, you're doing it because it needs to be done, and it is being done. Forget about all the motives and all the speculative second guessing about why you're doing it. The fact is you're doing it and people benefiting from it. This spirit of ingratitude is being reflected in the comments that are being made about other programs like housing assistance, where people don't have a house. They had a house that fall down. It mash up. They're getting wet, from rain and all of that. Some of them, the gal fire is on the ground and they have to be crawling under it like burrowing animals to try to get half a bit of shelter in the night. But all you can do is to go and badmouth it because it's small. It's small as opposed to having nothing. These are the kinds of comments encouraging and fostering a spirit of ingratitude and not seeing the attempt, the very real organized attempt to solve problems in this country. They may not be perfect, but they were less than perfect to begin with. This pensions amendment bill is an attempt to make life better for St. Lucians in a world that admittedly is riddled with all kinds of hardship, inflation being one of them. Salaries, emoluments, remuneration cannot keep pace with the inflation because so much of the inflation is imported. It is made worse by the supply chain difficulties that have engulfed the world since the COVID pandemic, and also exacerbated by the Russia-Ukraine war. Added upon now the Israel-Hamas conflict and so on, and they just keep going on and on and on. What you can do is to try to make it a little easier for the people within the limits of what you can do in your own fiscal space. We have problems with fuel. We keep hearing this continuous, drip of complaint about the fuel prices, the fuel prices, the fuel prices. And the I used to think at one time, Madam President, that the United Workers' Party was the epitome and the bastion and the prime exponent of what you call the neoliberal school of economic thought. That's what I thought. I thought they were the party that was against subsidies and against price support and against market interventions. These whole things that they claim that is socialist and socialist government. I thought they were against it. Let the market decide the prices. Let it separate the men from the boys. But right now I'm hearing a United Workers' Party that at every turn seems to want the government to subsidize and give. Even what they're doing is not enough. Isn't there a lot of subsidy on cooking gas, the LPG, already? I think $16 and something things for a 20-pound cylinder, $17 or $18 on a 22-pound cylinder. What more subsidy do you want a government of a nation that does not produce oil, that does not refine oil, that imports all of it, and that is allowing what it calls a pass-through mechanism of the true market prices at the time, which are computed based upon what the landed cost is and the tack-ons that you must make, so that the gas station people and the people who import it, that they can have some markup of profit, without which they're going to go out of business. How much more sensibly can you manage an economy? And so therefore, it is within the limits of that sensibility.
Senator Daniel, you have 15 minutes to complete your presentation, and I want to guide you to please stay on course and to deal with the matter at hand, which is the amendment to the Pension Act.
Thank you, Madam President. I can assure you that I'll be done long before 15 minutes. I really don't need that much time. But let me just say this. My point is tied in that the Pensions Amendment Bill is to permit those who have exited the workforce and do not actively earn an income a better shot at coping with all the economic challenges that the opposition senators who have spoken so far have alluded to. That even though they are no longer part of the workforce, you want to give them a better chance of dealing with the increases in bus fare that I'm being hyped all about, and the 2.5% levy, and the this and the that and the other and so on, that they are able to cope with it. You are thinking of them not only when they're actively on the field of play, but when they have retired from the game, when they have retired hurt, when they're incapable and so on. This is thinking, this is having a heart, this is consideration and compassion. And therefore, Madam President, I want to express my wholehearted and unreserved support for the Pensions Amendment Bill. I thank you.
Senator Goddard.
Sorry.
Madam President, let me begin by welcoming our senator, our new senator, Comrade Ember Charles, into this chamber. I myself have been here once before, still a new kid on the block, however, as far as this August chamber is concerned, but I would like to welcome him, and as has been expressed before, I think he will make a very effective contribution to the debate in this chamber, and of course to a continuance of the great contribution that he has been making at all the levels, including culture, and I think the other areas have been mentioned here this morning, but including culture to this country of ours. I would like to begin by my departure on a note that Senator Ember Charles made. He noted the 1st of August, emancipation. He noted that as the date on which this Pensions Amendment Bill is supposed to take effect. That, in my mind, is very telling. That is very symbolic. Symbolic because that is the day on which our people oppressed at the time by slavery, achieved emancipation. Symbolic also because this bill is going to empower our entire population, not only those who achieved emancipation, and note I say achieved emancipation because emancipation was not just given to us like some people like to posit, but we achieved emancipation through our various struggles, and it was only when it became counterproductive to keep our ancestors in slavery that the colonialists relented. Yes, because that was the date on which we achieved emancipation. But it is also important for also those sectors of our people who came later as indentured labor and who were, to use a Creole term, yo te ka mastipe asu yo aussi, presque kon yo te ka mastipe asu sa ki te en esclavage. Yes, those sectors of our population who still have within their veins the blood of the Kalinago. In other words, our entire population. So I think this is a very, very symbolic date, and it is not to be trivialized in any way. What disturbs me is how interventions like these seem always to be trivialized by the opposition. On the other side, we always hear of they are perpetually confused. There is always a song and dance about being perpetually confused. And when I say song and dance, literally a song and dance, when you look at some senators, either from the podium or from their chairs, shifting here and shifting there, doing a kind of pirouette or whatever they do, a song and dance. A song and dance about being confused, perpetually confused. Madam President, I would like to advise those on the other side, les bon dis bon. It is not all the time we have to oppose for opposing's sake. I notice the senator on the other side, Senator Farrer, I noticed she spoke about not opposing for opposing's sake. I wish with all my heart that is exactly what her side would avoid doing. Let us not just oppose for opposing's sake. Les bons, nous devons être dit bon. That expresses our St. Lucianness. That expresses the kind of empathy we have for our people, which, in fact, this Pensions Amendment Bill is an epitome of. One of the things that is of note is the false equivalences that are always brought to the fore in order to try to cast aspersions on whatever is brought forward in the interest of our people. The false equivalences. So you talk about, so very little being spent on pensions and so much on World Cup cricket, so much on this, so much on that, so much on the other. False equivalences. Don't we see that all of the interventions being made in our economy, and not just in our economy, but interventions in our social life, that all these work together holistically to ensure the life of the social and economic life of our people is enhanced, just as we are attempting to do, just as we intend to do through the introduction of the Pensions Amendment Bill, and hopefully through the passage of the Pensions Amendment Bill in this chamber. So let us avoid all these false equivalences. Let us bring to the debate, the kind of perspicacity and the kind of attention that we need in order to advance the cause of our people. In order to protect the victory, yes. To protect the victory, because the victory must be protected. It must be protected so that our people can continue to benefit as they have never benefited under a regime of the United Workers' Party. And so, you hear people talking about, this is an afterthought, and that is an afterthought. And why didn't they do it before? Afterthought? Did they ever even have a forethought of it? Weren't they in government only a few months ago, a couple of years ago, when they took 5.5 years in government and they never thought of interventions like this? You know, Madam President, as patriots of St. Lucia, whether on the side of the opposition or on the side of a government, or indeed the independent senators, I think we have to approach this task of debate in the House, or rather in the Senate. This task, we have to approach it in a less in fact, there should be no disingenuousness, or is it disingenuity? I am not sure which is the word. But we should approach it objectively. I understand that there is the room for playing of our politics, and that is accepted. That is accepted. I understand that there is a need for piquant, and I say piquant, not piquant. We copy that from the Trinidadians. Piquant. Yeah, we sit here and nous ka pitche moun a sur l'autre side là. Nous ka pitche moun pa ici, pitche moun pa là, and that is acceptable. But when it comes down to the nitty and gritty of the business of the people, when it comes down to moving away, as somebody would say, eschewing obfuscation, avoiding obfuscation, let us stop clouding the issue. Let us stop obfuscating. Let us stop this kind of song and dance about I support but and this and that or the other, and trying to import all kinds of insinuations, right? About, I suspect you all may be doing that for votes, for elections. And by the way, doing that for votes, doing that for elections, well, if you are concerned about votes or elections, that only betrays one thing. Only betrays one thing, chagrin pour voir. Chagrin pour voir. Right? Yes. Madam President, what perplexes me, and what I think should perplex all St. Lucians, including the supporters of the United Workers' Party, is why that dissonance between what the people really feel, the dissonance between accepting the fact that there are things that our people need to achieve socially, economically, and that we are attempting to deal with these issues, but on the other side, attempting to cast all kinds of aspersions on attempts to deal with these when you have never raised one finger to deal with it. What you all were just concerned about, large projects through which the Lockabys and the DSHs, etc., benefited. So let us stop pretending and trying to say, oh, the caring government, protecting the... Let us stop casting aspersions, because when we say that the St. Lucia Labour Party government is a caring government, when we say we are protecting the victory, we stand by it, because we are protecting the victory of the people. Madam President, when we see clouds behind every door, we see a culprit behind every door. Behind every door of the best intentions, we see that. We see gimmicks behind. There is not one time that there has been a bill introduced into this House. There has been not one time there has been an intervention introduced, whether in the lower house or the upper house, and sometimes the very acts that the opposition ultimately supports. There has not been one time that you have not heard the words gimmicks and cocoa macacry. I would venture to suggest, Madam President, that those who see nothing but gimmicks look into their own mirrors of narcissism and see only their own obsessions with gimmickry.
Evil thinketh as evil doeth.
Precisely. Evil thinketh as evil doeth. There are a number of things that were suggested, spoke of how Cabot and this was an investment and now we supporting, etc., etc. I will not go into that because obviously that is off message entirely. What I will point out, Madam President, is that there is a need to hold ourselves in these chambers of Parliament, to hold ourselves to a commitment to serve the people. And this is exactly what is incumbent on all of us, and this is exactly why we all need to support this pensions amendment bill. There has been talk about, and I think it was Senator Polius who raised that issue, talk about the pensions of NIC people. And that is a valid concern. But I would like to note in this House that the Honorable Prime Minister, Philip J. Pierre, did in fact take certain measures, did in fact do this in consultation with the National Insurance Corporation, and that there are going to be measures as far as these people who people from the private sector and even government employees who were not covered by the pension to benefit from an improvement to $500. We, however, understand that whether government employees or whether employees in the private sector, that this intervention is not going to be sufficient. And this is precisely why the Prime Minister has stated that these reviews will be visited from time to time, in fact, in relation to public service pensioners, when the public service unions negotiate, and in case of the NIC pensioners, that there would be interventions from time to time in consultation with the NIC, because we know that the National Insurance Corporation is in fact a statutory body with its own chain of command, etc., etc. And we know too that it is not just a matter of picking a figure out of the clouds and say, well, NIC pensioners should get this or should get that. It is a matter of actuarial studies being done, and on the basis of these actuarial studies, then you would have figures being arrived at. So while we would like to note the concerns of Senator Ferrer-Polius, while we would like to note her concerns, we would like also to point out that these concerns are concerns that have actually been taken into consideration by the Philip J. Pierre-led administration. There have been a series of it, and so many times we try to compartmentalize this pensions bill, other interventions made by this administration. So many times we try to compartmentalize it away from the other initiatives that have been made by the present government, initiatives that continue to be made by the present government. We try to compartmentalize it. We talk about cost of living. We talk about inflation. Of course, we know that there is inflation. Of course, we know that there's inflation all around the world. Recently, the leader of the opposition tried to suggest that we were virtually inventing inflation here in St. Lucia. When we know, you all see taxes behind every door, very disingenuously. Let us stop this song and dance once and for all, and let us get together in the interest of the people of St. Lucia. Let us stop clouding the issues. And so many times we all know that if we know anything about even basic economics, first year economics, we will know that the issue of inflation in small and open economies is primarily an issue of imported inflation. And all that song and dance, and again I must go back to song and dance. All this song and dance about the price of bread should not have increased, the price of bus fare should not have increased, the subsidies here, subsidies, all of this song and dance we know is disingenuous. And in fact, and there are always comparisons being made with Grenada and Dominica and Antigua. But what they never tell us is St. Lucia has the most zero-rated items in the Caribbean. You know? Yes. And of course, when it comes to NIC, our NIC has to be protected. We know we speak of declining population. In fact, it's not declining population. It is more properly the declining rate of expansion of our population. And when we speak of this, we know that this will impact our NIC, right? And that is precisely why we need to protect such institutions from risky investments, from investments that only yield the minimum of return, as we did in the case of Cabot, and they patted themselves on the back. Yes, you patted yourselves on the back. They paid it back in 1 year or 2 years at a minimum rate. And that is precisely why the banks, you get penalties. The banks give you penalties.
Senator, then thank you.
The banks,
yes,
the
but
banks
just
penalize you.
Excuse me, Senator Goddard, just give me a second. It's been recorded. So when you knock extensively,
the banks penalize you. Why? When you take a loan for 20 years and you pay it back in 2 years because probably some other bank attracts you. But you pay penalties for that, precisely because it affects the bottom line of the bank. When Cabot takes our money and pays us back in a year or two, and you pat yourself on the back, what you have done is you have got minimum return for your investment. But the gurus, the financial gurus, patted themselves on the back for this. So much for the gurus.
Mr. President.
Hold on, again, process. Thank you, Senator Fede.
Yeah. Mr. President, I stand on a point of order.
What's your point of order?
The member is misleading the House when he suggests that the fact that Cabot has paid the money back, that it is something wrong. He said that we as the financial gurus on this side patted ourselves on the back for doing so. Senator Goddard needs to level with the people of St. Lucia and tell them the truth, that the reason why this has happened is because the party to which he belongs, the St. Lucia Labour Party, made a lot of noise and criticized vehemently the move by the former administration to buttress growth and sustainability in the pension funds. They are, if you look at the NIC 2020 report, there's over 2 billion of investments.
That's a point of order.
Portfolio that the NIC has made. And the point is, the reason why we have to invest those funds is to fight against inflation.
Senator Fede,
and why we're,
I'm not sure your point about it, because you've gone on from, and you
So that is a wrong statement.
Thank you. Please continue, Senator.
You're trying to sneak in a speech after
Mr.
point of order. That's what you're doing.
Mr. Deputy President, I notice that my contribution is being actually totally misrepresented, but such is the case. The case of interventions and points of order to attempt to cut the flow of one's delivery.
Spurious points of order.
Spurious points of order, exactly. That is the term. But Mr. Deputy President, we shall not be set off course. We are on focus. As a Nigerian friend of mine used to say, we're on the focus. Yeah, we're in focus. Yes. Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President, this bill is a very important bill. It may seem to the other side that it is peanuts. It would seem to the other side that is inconsequential. The fact remains that they never did it, and they cannot stand here today and not support it. They will support it, but. And so I will support it because it is a point of departure, and it is a point of departure that has inertia. And when I say inertia, I am sticking to the strict scientific definition of inertia, because inertia just doesn't mean that you stand still. Inertia also means that when you start to move, you keep on moving. Bodies in motion, bodies at rest to remain at rest, or bodies in motion to remain in motion. So that trajectory remains in motion. It is the trajectory of putting people first and doing better for our people. Mr. Deputy President, our seniors deserve what we are doing here today. I have heard many people say that, oh, you know, these guys, they are past 70, they are past 80, they should be in a corner, they are dying just now. And I have heard many older folks lament that and say, you know, just 10, 20 years ago, I felt I was a vibrant part of the community. I still have so much more to contribute, and now I'm being shunted aside as if I am of no value. And as somebody here has noted earlier on, that people in that age range, 80 plus, still make very valuable contributions, even if they are not employed either in the private sector or in government formally. They still make very valid contributions because of their wealth of knowledge and expertise that they have. So the value these people have added, not to only our economy, because many times we like to just measure economic value in terms of GDP, but not only in terms of it, but also in terms of the social capital that they have contributed to this society. That kind of value that they have added is a value that continues to multiply. It is a value on which younger people will build, will continue to build. It is a value which those of us who have not reached that age will one day, if we live long enough, reach that age, and those younger will also reach that age, and they will look back and they will say, well, look, where is the value that I have added to my community? And so it is a value that we cannot underestimate.
Senator Goddard, you have 15 minutes.
Okay, I will wrap up within that time, Deputy President. It is a value that we cannot underestimate. It is a value that continues to be added onto geometrically. It is a value that will continue to contribute to the growth of our society, both at a social and an economic level. Therefore, Mr. Deputy President, I would like to once again point out that I would like to support this bill fully with all my being, and I would like to see this bill come into fruition on August the 1st as has been proposed. Thank you very much.
Senator Stanislas?
Not a bad knock, you know. It still wasn't 100, but a good knock. But I mean, that wasn't a bad knock, but it wasn't 100. And you had some terrible ball. What was that?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And let me take this opportunity to welcome our new Senator, Senator Charles, to this chamber. I'm looking forward to some very objective and meaningful contribution from the Senator to continue our good works and our representation of the affairs of the people of St. Lucia in this chamber, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I rise to lend my voice to the debate this afternoon on the Pensions Amendment Bill presented by the leader of government business. I was not privy to his explanation in his presentation, Mr. Vice President, but I have to gather from the little I heard from my colleague senator and other senators from the other side who have presented that this is an amendment which is going to be benefiting about 148 people. I stand corrected, and that's what I believe Senator Antoine said, so this is why I'm going according to that number. But like I said, I stand corrected. Leader of government business, of course, can clarify in his rebuttal, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I want to make it clear, categorically clear, that as an individual, I have...
Senator Ferdinand.
Thank you, Deputy. I was waiting for your permission to speak. Senator Stanislas did not have the benefit. I rise on a point of order. I would like to elucidate with his cooperation. Senator, I understand he was not present in the chamber and he is making reference to a statement, but I want to make it clear that that statement of the figures that he's quoting were made, and I did stand when Senator Fede tried to use it a while ago and indicated that Senator Polius mentioned 139, which the Madam President did ask for statistical evidence, and I look forward to that information coming in. But I stand to elucidate and to inform my colleague that that figure that he has mentioned is not a figure that was posited by anyone on this side. If he wishes to carry on with where his colleague went, that is fine, and that could be disputed. But it is inaccurate that to suggest that Senator Antoine Prosper used 148, as he has mentioned.
Please continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Thank you for your clarification, but I shall move on, and hopefully in your rebuttal you can give us the exact number, Mr. Leader of Government Business. Mr. Vice President, I was saying earlier on that I am an individual with the highest level of respect and regard for our elderly, our seniors, our pensioners. There isn't one elderly in person that I will address by his or her name without using Mr., Miss, Mistress, Sir, or Madam. That is a level of respect, a level of regard and courtesy which I hold to our elderly in this country. And I hope that one day many more persons will have that level of respect for persons who have contributed so much to the development, economic and social development of this country. And as a member of the opposition, as a citizen of this country, I welcome any form of intervention, any form of support that any government of the day is going to lend to persons, to pensioners, persons who are vulnerable, persons who are deserving of the assistance from government. So I have to say that I support this intervention of the livable pension of $725, which the government is making to this act for government pensioners. But I also want, Mr. Vice President, for the members on the government side to understand that an opposition, whether you support or not, an opposition have a constitutional right, which they had 3 years ago when Senator Ferdinand, Senator Jawari were on this side of the Honorable House. So we have that constitutional right, Mr. Vice President, to critique any motion, any bill which is presented by the government of the day. The opposition have that fundamental constitutional right, Mr. Vice President, to oppose, to propose, and to dispose. Yes. Whatever that is presented, Mr. Vice President. And the last one, the dispose, is going to come very soon when you'll have the courage for the next elections. So, Mr. Vice President, in me saying that, I welcome this intervention, this support to our pensioners. However, I believe that there is a lot more that the government could have done, can do, to make it even better for the pensioners and the most vulnerable who are going to benefit from this amendment. And that is a fundamental constitutional right that we have to critique and to propose.
That's correct.
Not only to critique, not only to support, but we can oppose as well. We can make recommendations, we can make proposals.
Don't tell us.
And it is a very fact, Mr. Deputy President, that the government has done very little to address the stifling effects of the spiraling cost of living on this island, which is affecting the same pensioners they are coming here to support, which we have no problem in that support. The government, Mr. Deputy President, they have deliberately maintained the price of petroleum products at an unnecessarily high cost to St. Lucians, the pensioners, the most vulnerable on this island. And the senator before me spoke about that. Petroleum, really? I remember during the financial crisis, Mr. Deputy President, of 2008, 2009, the cost of fuel, Brent crude oil, on the international market was $140 US a barrel. $140 US a barrel. What was the cost of a gallon of gas at the pumps for St. Lucians? $14.95. That's what it was. Today, Mr. Deputy President, the cost of a barrel of Brent crude oil is a little over $82 US a barrel. 82.
Not even $1.
And at the pumps in St. Lucia, we are stuck at $16.50. We have been stuck between $16.50 and $17.95. When the cost of a barrel of Brent crude oil has not gone beyond $93 US a barrel between 2023 and this time of 2024. The government, the report said it, 2023 Economic and Social Review, they doubled the amount of excise tax on petroleum products. $68 million more, Mr. Deputy President, was collected.
That's the invented inflation, Mr. Speaker.
$68 million more.
That's the invented inflation.
And that cost, that savings, which they made, was never passed on to the consumers.
What?
Never passed on.
Page 56.
They have kept petroleum, the price of gas and diesel, between $16.50 and $17.95.
That's right.
Through the hardest of economic times, when we lose about 70% of the revenue of this country in the first 3-4 months, COVID, fuel was capped at $13.95 a gallon. $14.95 a gallon. $14.95 a gallon. It was capped at. But today, it is still at $16.50.
Pensioners.
$16.50. If you care about the pensioners, do more for them.
That's right.
Bring down the price of gas, diesel to $14.95 a gallon. You have the ability, you have the capacity to do it. Bring it down.
Bring the prices down.
Mr. Deputy President, this government, they go about boasting about subsidizing the price of cooking gas. But this is something that has been done by all governments, subsidizing cooking gas. All governments have done it for the past 20 years. It's nothing new.
That's right.
We did it before. You all did it before. We did it before. All the governments have done it. But the report tells you in the Economic and Social Review that the government have reduced the subsidy on cooking gas by $3. But yet still, they have doubled the excise tax on petroleum products.
Why?
So it means that the 20-pound cooking gas, which the pensioners, the vulnerable, the people of St. Lucia are paying today for $36, it should have been $33. Have you kept that subsidy out of the $3? That is what it should have been. So if you're concerned about the welfare, the well-being of pensioners so much, you ought to bring back, increase that subsidy to the $3.
Senator Ferdinand.
Mr. Deputy President, I rise on a point of order.
What's your point of order?
Senator Stanislaus is grossly misleading this House when he says that this government has doubled the excise tax on fuel. Mr. Deputy President, this government has not introduced any increase on excise tax. We have not. If he wants to argue the price of the pass-through after the pass-through mechanism, that's fine. But to say in this chamber that this government has doubled or has increased in any way the excise tax on fuel, the last time excise tax on fuel was increased was when his government increased it from $1.50 to $4, a 60% increase. That's a fact. So it is grossly misleading for him to continue to state that this government has increased or even doubled the excise tax on fuel.
Sanders.
Mr. Vice President, if the leader of government business misunderstood what I said, may I quote from the Economic and Social Review. Page 56 of the 2023 Economic and Social Review. Last paragraph. Excise tax collections on imports rose significantly by 51.3% to a peak of $119.1 million. This strong performance was occasioned by an almost doubling of excise tax receipts on petroleum products to $68.7 million, owing to higher excise tax rates and larger volumes coupled with lower subsidy on LPG cooking gas. So the government raked in almost $68 million by doubling doubling the excise tax, by passing on the savings which they received.
Let's just make sure we're on the same page. I think the point Senator Gibbon was trying to make is that there's been no increase in the rate of excise tax.
Right.
You were saying that the receipts have increased, the collections have increased.
You've doubled the rate on petroleum products. You've doubled the rate on petroleum products. Read it again.
The strong performance was occasioned by an almost doubling of excise tax receipts on petroleum products to $68.7 million, owing to a higher excise tax rates. And larger volumes coupled with lower subsidy on LPG.
Right. So there are a number of things.
Says there,
a number of things. So let's disaggregate it a little bit. So there's a doubling in the receipts.
In the receipts, yes.
Right. And there was several things.
That doubling in the receipts is owed
to several things.
To higher excise tax rates.
And
larger volumes
and
coupled with lower subsidy on LPG cooking gas.
Okay, thank you.
Lower subsidy, higher taxes.
It's clear. It's right there. It is right there.
Therefore, you're wrong.
Right there. So what we're saying is that your receipts have doubled.
That's right.
Mr.
Now, just before you even start, I'm hoping this is the last time we're going to go over this. I think what is clear is that there was a doubling of the receipts, and this was due to a number of factors. If we agree that, then I think we can all move on. Thank you. No, yes. So I don't think there's any statement that you've doubled the excise tax rate.
Owing to higher excise tax rates.
Mr. Deputy?
Yes.
With your permission, I have no difficulty if the member quotes what is in the Social and Economic Review, which is clearly giving the figures as per the receipts. That I will not dispute. However, in his interpretation and his declarations here, he is stating, I have heard him state it, that this government has doubled the excise tax. This is giving the indication that we have imposed or we have increased a tax. We have not come into this house, because for you to do that, you must come to the chamber. We have not come here to raise any tax. And I think if he wants to stick to the quotes, fine. But to now add on anything that suggests that we have double taxes, I think it's erroneous. That's my issue.
I think we should move on from this, though, please. Can we?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. The information is right there, Honorable Leader of Government Business, with the doubling of the receipts and, of course, owing to the higher excise tax rate. So it's not something that you can run away from. The people of St. Lucia, it's there for everybody to see. Mr. Vice President?
Sorry, is this going to be on the same issue?
Yes.
Not that I want to stop the debate, but...
Mr. Vice President, I believe this is of sufficient interest that we should not gloss over it, because I believe where we are...
Sorry, are you rising on a point of order?
Yes, I'm standing on a point of order. That I believe there is a misunderstanding that is perhaps, I'm not saying, perhaps being deliberately promulgated. The word rates seem to be the one that we are stuck on. A customs duty may remain the same if it is 10% on whatever, that is the customs duty. But there are times when the customs have more efficient collections So you can say the rate of collections resulted in a higher intake of revenue, but it does not mean that the 10% rate has been increased to 12%. If ever the rate of excise tax, hang fire for a moment, if ever the rate of excise tax were to be increased, a legislative instrument must be passed. You do not alter taxation without legislation. You cannot increase excise tax or anything called tax without the House and the Senate coming to a certain income tax or excise tax amendment. Therefore, I think what is essential for us to get from what Senator Stanislaus is saying, and I don't think he's attempting to mislead the House, but I think the lack of clarity about it can end up misleading us, that the thing about increasing rates does not mean that the level of excise taxation was increased. That is what I am hoping that we can get clear before we move on. Thank you, Mr. Deputy President.
Thank you. It's a very, very small point.
Senator Petty?
Yeah.
Are you raising on a point of order or elucidation?
I rise on a point of elucidation, and I hope that the member will yield. Mr. President, a couple things that the members said that are erroneous. The excise tax rate is not charged on a percentage basis. Excise tax is charged on $1 on a figure basis. So the cost of fuel is based on what is the imported price? The CIF price. It is based on the $1 in price control for the retailer, $1 for the importer, in this case Sol and Rubis, and then the rest is the excise tax rate. The economic and social review has clearly shown you that there has been increased rates. We can't argue that. There has been an increase in the rates. Secondly, it is erroneous to state that you can only come to Parliament to adjust the tax rates, the excise tax rates. You can do so in the departmental regulations, which comes to the Parliament after the decision is made by the following department. It comes in the form of an SI. So there's no debate that is required, and the leader of government business read out several statutory instruments here today which required no debate. And we have received several SIs, and if you go back to your documents, you will see the new rates for LPG, for gas per liter, all of that comes in the forms of SI, and they never come here to be debated in Parliament. So you can increase the excise tax in the regulations of the bill. So I just want to make that point.
Please continue, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. I shall continue. Mr. Deputy President, the point has already been made and clarification made. Mr. Deputy President, I want to continue, and I think Senator Goddard made mention of imported inflation. But all the other countries of the Eastern Caribbean have inflation problems, just like Senator Daniel said earlier, the entire world. But look at the rate of inflation in 2023 in the rest of the ECCU compared to St. Lucia. St. Lucia is still the third highest. Still the third highest, and you can go on to page 11 of the Economic and Social Review at 4.1%. Grenada is at 2.7, Dominica at 3.5. The average in the ECCU was 3.8. St. Kitts and Nevis is at 3.6. Yeah. They all import, just like St. Lucia. But they have managed and handled the inflationary pressures better than St. Lucia. Much better than the 4.1 which we have there, Mr. Deputy President.
That's what we're saying.
So the government, Mr. Deputy President, they allowed the price of bread to go up when that could have been prevented. That's right. Yeah. It could have been prevented.
Senator Petty, just a reminder, please. The knocking, it's all right and good to support your colleague, but it makes it difficult for the stenographers when they're putting Hansard together. Thank you.
This government, Mr. Deputy President, allowed the price of bus fares to go up when it could have prevented it.
Pause.
They could have prevented it. This government allowed the price of rice to go up, a main staple, when it could have been prevented, Mr. Deputy President. The government allowed the price of electricity to go up. They allowed the price of telecommunications to go up. The price of food, even if the Prime Minister said the price of food will not be affected to go up, all of those increases could have been prevented and bring more relief to the pensioners whom we are coming here today to assist. All of that could have been prevented, Mr. Deputy President. And compounding that, Mr. Deputy President, compounding those inflationary increases and pressures, the government came about with a bogus 2.5% health and security levy. 2.5% added on the backs of the pensioners, making it more difficult for them, more difficult for the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Deputy President. So if you really want to assist, and we know that 2.5% was not for health and security, but a condition for the loan, the policy-based loan, from the CDB and the World Bank. We know that. So if you really want to do more for the pensioners, which we know you can do more, which we are saying you can do more, you should do more, you must do more, remove that 2.5%. Remove that 2.5%. Okay?
That is the invented inflation which the leaders...
Mr. Deputy President, I know. They cannot stand it. They can't stand the heat, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President.
Pressure.
Mr. Deputy President, this government, when I look at what they're doing, their modus operandi is like an Indian giver. The Indian giver, Mr. Deputy President, is one who gives a gift with one hand and takes it with another. That's what, no, that's not racist.
Who has been more racist?
So they give you something with one hand, but takes it all back with high taxes,
just like Shasta is a white man.
High borrowings, Mr. Deputy President,
Shasta is a white man.
High gas prices, high cooking gas prices, high cost of living, high wastage of government resources, and of course, the favorite term against UWP. But today it has been manifested, high corruption in government. Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, in the past 2 years, this government has collected record taxes. They have borrowed the most money that any government has borrowed in a 3-year period in the history of this country. It has sold, this government has sold an unprecedented number of our passports through the CIB program, Mr. Deputy President. Together, this amounts to billions upon billions of dollars.
Senator Phelan.
Mr. Deputy President, the member is rising on a point of order.
Thank you.
Relevance to the debate. The member is going down a whole string of, making a whole string of, utterances, and we are debating the Pensions Act. So I do not understand the relevance of where he's going with that particular line of conversation. If he's still debating the pensions amendment.
Well, the debate has been very loose, but I do agree. So try to keep as much as possible to the bill before us.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. President, I've stuck to the content of the debate, the Pensions Act, the amendment. I am trying to bring forward, proposing all what the government can do to make it better.
That's right.
For the pensioners.
That's right.
All the billions of dollars we are waiting for from the CIP money, the passports money, that could have been used to give the pensioners even more than the 725 which you are proposing today. That is what we're saying. That is what we're saying, Mr. Deputy President. We're saying the 2.5% health and security levy, you misled the nation to believe. Remove it. The pass-through mechanism system we have in the fuel, pass on the savings to people at the pumps. The bus fares, and I remember Senator Antoine talk about subsidy for the bus school transportation. That was reduced. Mr. Deputy President, I could tell you, and probably my colleague, Senator Fede could tell you, as former parliamentarians, we were inundated week by week by parents for school buses. Even though she said that the school population has decreased, there is always the need for school buses. If you look at Sufra today, you have about 2 or 3 private buses. Parents who cannot get their children on the school subsidy program, transportation program, they have to find means and ways to pay a public bus to take the children to school in Castries, Vieux-Fort, Choiseul, Piaille. You understand? So there is always the need for additional buses, but no, you all reduced the subsidy. You all reduced it by what, $300,000, $150,000, when you could have placed more buses and bring more relief to those pensioners. Those pensioners, they have grandchildren, great-grandchildren using school transportation. These are all the many interventions, senators, which you all could undertake to make this amendment even more palatable to the pensioners of this country. With these words, Mr. Deputy President, I thank you very much.
Senator Jawahir.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I want to beg leave of you very quickly to congratulate newly appointed independent Senator Mr. Imba Charles into the Senate. I had the pleasure of interacting with Mr. Charles on one occasion, and I was rather impressed with his deliberations, and I truly believe this is an excellent choice, and I look forward to his contributions in the House. Mr. President, Deputy President, I really thought that we would have left the Senate a bit earlier today. Really, because whilst I was preparing for this debate, I tried to imagine myself in the seat of the opposition members, because if some may recall, I once sat on that side as an opposition senator from 2020 until the SLP won the election. And I tried to think of the possible angles that could be presented here today to suggest that this amendment should not be passed. But I could not think of one. But here comes the opposition today, Mr. President, and I thought my colleague, Senator Goddard, did a fantastic job in addressing that. But I want to just highlight it very briefly. Here comes the opposition this afternoon, Mr. Deputy. And interestingly, speaking of the Indian giver, here comes the opposition today, standing and saying that they support this amendment, but with their usual tactics, add the conjunction, but. I waited with bated breath as to what this but would represent. But on this side of the House, where we have continuously encouraged intellectual levels of debate, we could not understand what the opposition meant by the but. All I heard was that the Labour Party is posturing for election tactics and promises, coming up with hashtags and press releases. But Mr. Deputy, I have not heard the Prime Minister of St. Lucia, the leader of this SLP administration, come to Parliament, say he's going to do it, and has not done it. In the entire time, throughout the entire time of this administration, from 2021, the promises we have made, we have kept. And I will remind the opposition, because they seem to have selective memory. In addition to what Comrade Goddard said, well, Senator Goddard said, we have a duty to protect the victory. But there might be a misunderstanding or a deliberate misconception of what protecting the victory means. But Mr. President, in this case, protecting the victory means that the persons whose backs we stand on, the elderly, the retired, those who have made significant contributions to our society, we have to pay them respects. Not just when they have gone beyond and into the grave, but as they continue to serve our country. Now, it is clearly deliberate of the opposition to speak towards a certain number that is being postured on their side, of what the 100 and something that they said persons represent, but I just wanted to read a brief excerpt of the Prime Minister's statement. And it says, point 3 under his presentation on the pension, on his support to pensioners, he said, historically, Mr. Speaker, our pension policies have aimed to provide a safety net for our pensioners, yet the adequacy of this support has been challenged by extraordinary economic circumstances. The current average public sector pension, Mr. Speaker, is $1,961.68, and 148 persons, 4.6% of the total, currently receive a pension of less than $725 a month. This proposed increase, Mr. Speaker, to $725 monthly is a step towards rectifying the imbalances, and it continues. In case the opposition was not paying attention, the 4.6% of the total is 148 persons. But they seem to make this sound insignificant and speak towards $150,000 estimates and saying that more should have been provided to the pensioners. Mr. President, I always say, if we could have given every St. Lucian every single thing that their hearts desired, it would be in our interest to do so. But what we have inherited from the United Workers' Party does not give us the latitude to do that, Mr. President. And I will highlight exactly what I mean by that. We recall every Tuesday there was a term used, Mardi Puete. Why? Because this opposition, when they were in government, came to borrow almost $500,000 for COVID relief. And let me ask you, Mr. President, or maybe they can elucidate or tell us what they did with those funds. That's point 1. 7 million, $500 million. Thank you very much for the correction. Almost $500 million.
Madam, Mr. President, I stand on a point of order.
Sorry. Yes, stand on a
point of order. The member, unfortunately, is misleading the House again. And, you know, you can have an advertisement for Mardi Puete, but if I would like to take the Senator and the House to page 127 of the Economic and Social Review, where it talks about the total outstanding liabilities. And there is no single year within COVID in the cabinet of which I served did we borrow $500 million, which is $500 million.
But that is not what I said.
You said $500 million. You said 500.
No, that's not what I said. You said
$500 million. You said. I asked you. You said $500,000.
Mr.
Yeah.
He was seeking to correct you because you said $500,000.
Right.
So he was trying to confirm whether you said $500 million or $500,000, and you went along with whatever he was saying.
So he said that there is no record that in 1 year they came to borrow that amount for COVID support. And that is not what I'm saying. I am saying that United Workers' Party...
Just now, hold on. Two of you can't be standing at the same time.
Okay.
So
when they were in government, came to borrow almost $500 million for COVID support. I never specified any year. I never specified a year. He's the one standing to say there's never been a case of 1 year. I never said that, Mr. Deputy.
So thanks for the clarification. But the point that when the member says that we came to borrow $500 million, then she needs to say over what period of time. Well, are you talking about 2 years, 3 years?
No,
but if you say we're borrowing $500 million, then you give the impression.
She can couch her arguments as long as she is not incorrect and misleading.
She's incorrect.
She's not. She only becomes incorrect if she does what you're suggesting and puts a limitation on it.
So then she said for COVID.
Yes.
Right?
So you were saying
So she's incorrect. Because in the year 2020, in the year 2019, the official debt stood at $3,417,600,000. In the year 2020, it went up to $3,773,800,000, which represents a difference of about $330 million. So And this was the bulk of the borrowing done for the COVID period. And so if the member, $330 million, which is much lower than the 388 that the Labour Party borrowed this year outside of COVID. So the member is wrong by trying to suggest that we borrowed $500 million. I know that was in the ad for Madi Priti.
Senator, you yourself have accepted that there was borrowing for COVID in more than 1 year.
But not $500 million.
So let's proceed. Okay.
But I actually said almost $500 million. You're just strengthening my argument. You had the opportunity to speak. So, Mr. President, what I am saying is, I was speaking of the Madi Priti, that Tuesday after Tuesday, they came to borrow for that. So, in his words, let's go with the $300 million. Mr. Vice President, what could we have done with the $300 million that we have not been able to account for, Mr. Vice President? Mr. Vice President, what could we have done with the $7 million that was loosely given to an entertainment company to purchase vaccines that we have not been able to fully recover? Mr. President, in addition to that, $32 million was budgeted from the Prime Minister's address to pay a contractor for incomplete works at the St. Jude Hospital. You know the 2.5% levy that they constantly speak about? We've already reached paying our debts because the 2.5% levy would have amounted to about $32 million average for the year. Already that has gone towards paying your contractor for incomplete works at the St. Jude Hospital. Mr. Vice President, what could we have done with that money if he's talking about giving more to pensioners? $118 million for an incomplete box, which we were told would have been finished in 6 months. And if it was not completed by December of 2020, the United Workers' Party said they should not be in office. Well, St. Lucians listened to you. Mr. President, $16 million for less than half a mile of road. What could we have done with all of that wasted funds, unaccounted funds, Mr. Vice President? We are talking about, I said $16 million for less than half a mile of road that a florist or somebody with a similar qualification was given the responsibility to
Mr.
President.
Senator Pede?
Yeah. I rise in the point of order again.
What's your point of order?
Yeah. So the member is misleading the House when she says that half a mile of road costs $16 million. Her own Prime Minister is on the record of saying that it's a mile of road, and even that is incorrect when you look at the contract, because it's a 4-lane highway, and so therefore, Mr. President, it is not half a mile, but previous SLP assertions have even debunked what she has said. And the contract is not $16 million, it was $15 million. And they have made it worse by victimizing the contractor, right? When we had a contract for $15 million flat, yeah, now they have to pay more than 15 because of their political myopic view.
Thank you. Just this is a general thing. If you're making a point of order, please make the point of order, and the extra debating. Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. President, I understand that the leader of opposition business intends to try or attempt to derail me, but I will not be derailed, because whether it is $16 million for a mile of road or $15 million for a mile of road, we could have done so much more with that money. Look at the state of the Grosile Highway. The SLP left you with an agreement with the QAT fund to give the people of St. Lucia a 4-lane highway. What did you do? You stopped that project. Okay? The bottom line remains, Mr. President. Again, the SLP administration continues to do the best that it can with the little that the United Workers' Party has left behind.
Again, let's put the light on first. Let me acknowledge you. Go ahead.
So,
what is your? I'm assuming you're raising on a point of order.
Yes. So, on a point of order, misleading the House. The Grosile Highway Kuwaiti Fund did not include land acquisition, which would have accounted for over $100 million please do not mislead the people.
Mr. President, the member is introducing new information. I never mentioned anything about that.
You said that you said the Kuwaiti fund, you left us with a loan, and you left a project and we discontinued it. That's not true.
You did not
have the financing for land acquisition. And so you have to put the facts right, Senator Jawahir. Please be real.
Jawahir, Jawahir, because I realize, and Mr. President, I think it continues to be an issue here. There's a deliberate attempt, usually by the United Workers' Party, to mispronounce my name. Children in preschool can say it right, but they continuously have an issue with it. So you need to learn Jawahir. During lunchtime, I can give you a lesson in it.
Okay,
as well.
okay, no. Do not address each other directly. You address the chair. Senator Jawahir, please continue and just move on, please.
Mr. President, moving on from what we could have done with the funds that were wasted by the United Workers' Party, I want to address the point of the member on why we have prioritized jazz and cricket and carnival. He went down that road, and I think it's absolutely important for us to address that, because I do not want the people of St. Lucians to think that the SLP administration is only focusing on one part of our economy. That is absolutely false. We have provided incentives that, yes, do address the unborn, the issues of the unborn, as it relates to offering phase 1 of universal health coverage, giving pregnant mothers an opportunity to visit clinics across 17 constituencies, free medical tests and free ultrasounds. It does not negate the fact that we have also provided opportunities for young people to become empowered through the MSME program or even the youth economy, unlike the dependency syndrome that the United Workers' Party continues to push. And you might ask me about the dependency syndrome, but I listened intently to the opposition Senator Polius standing and speaking of government intervening and taking responsibility for pensioners of the private sector. I want to just let the people of St. Lucia know that if you have funds that were deducted from your salary towards NIC contributions, and perhaps your employer did not make those contributions on your behalf, it is within the legal purview of the NIC to seek redress on your behalf. That is the purview of the NIC. And we cannot push the information out there that the government of St. Lucia that its functions and responsibility is to go over the NIC's head and go directly to the private sector to address these things. I want us to understand that in as much as we are going to assist the people of St. Lucia, we have to ensure that we do not continue to push that dependency syndrome. It is very important for individuals to make it their personal responsibility to make the NIC contributions, that they too can benefit from policies and programs in the future. Mr. President, going back to the member's point on jazz, cricket, and carnival, we know what the jazz festival has done for us. We will not go back down the road on what the Soleil Festival was supposed to do and what the newly reinvented, relaunched, revitalized St. Lucia Jazz and Arts Festival has been doing. But I can tell you, it is because of the hardworking efforts of the men and women of this government of St. Lucia and our Minister of Tourism, we were able to see numbers like never before. Sales online were over 9,000 for one evening, especially for Kingdom Night. And these are things that we must be proud of. That year after year after year, our festival continues to boom. It means vendors have more, hairdressers, barbers, taxi drivers, tour operators, hoteliers, Airbnbs. Many more St. Lucians can see their businesses thrive. Mr. President, cricket. I attended every single game held in St. Lucia, and I have to tell you that I feel, as a St. Lucian, so proud of what the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground looks like today. If members were present, members opposite were present, there was even this beautiful display of lights. I had never seen that anywhere. And the drone shots showing the beautiful landscaping of the fields by Mr. Kent Crafton, world-renowned curator. When the leader of the opposition came outside of the Darren Sammy Cricket Grounds 2 days before the games, seeing mud, or heaps of mud outside, saying that the stadium was incomplete, but these were in preparations for the flower beds outside. Mr. President, when I went for the first game, there was no dirt outside. There was no mud. All I saw was organization and structure and brilliant work by the hardworking men and women of St. Lucia. So I must applaud the government for guaranteeing that loan on behalf of the National Lotteries Authority. I am seeing the renovations at Mindufili Park continuing. I'm seeing what Gurzile playing field looks like. And I am seeing that the hard-working young men and women who continue to represent our country, we're talking about Kiana, we're talking about Zeta James, we're talking about Akim Ogis, and many others. Let's not forget Darren Sammy and Johnson Charles, who continue to make us proud. We have a world-class facility that even commentators on ESPN can say, arguably the best in the Caribbean. Let us be proud of that. That is what cricket has done for St. Lucia. It continues to put us on the map. And I know the leader of opposition business is a former cricketer, and he could have appreciated that, coming from a cabinet that had the most sportsmen and women. And Mr. President, we know, of course, what Carnival continues to do and will do in the next few weeks. I see so many opportunities for economic booming. We have jazz, we have Carnival, we have Emancipation Day, we have a calendar of activities year-round that is just focused on helping the small businessman and woman thrive. Mr. President, today we come in the Senate, and we heard members in the House last week debate this amendment to the Pensioners Act. It is not the first time that this SLP administration is doing something for pensioners. And I just want to make this very quick article, if you can give me a minute or two, Mr. Vice President, a document of the House. I will take you back to a time of a previous SLP administration, 2004. And this article is posted on the St. Lucia NIC website, stlucianic.org. A press release dated 18th December 2023. The National Insurance Corporation has announced the relaunch of the Golden Citizens Program, an initiative that honors NIC retirement pensioners by partnering with the business community to provide them with discounts on goods and services. Under the theme, Celebrating Your Golden Years with Exclusive Rewards, the Reimagine program was launched during a ceremony at the Finance Administrative Center, Point Seraphine, in 2023. The principal aims of the program are to augment the economic and purchasing power of the NIC pension, especially in light of the ever-rising tide of inflation, and to recognize the contribution of retirees to the development of our nation. This program, which started in 2004, under the then director, Honorable Emma Hippolyte, is a clear demonstration that the NIC has long been committed to providing value beyond making pension payments to its pensioners. And this was said by the NIC chairman, Mr. Everest Jamari. He continues, "We at the NIC have remained committed to finding new ways of providing value to pensioners. In our search to create added value for our pensioners, I want to promise you that we shall remain open to ideas from pensioners, because in many ways, pensioners are better placed to inform the direction of this search." And it goes on and on, Mr. President. I just wanted to read a bit of it. And the reason why I read that is to truly make the point that this SLP administration didn't just come today and said we are going to come with an election promise and help pensioners. We have been doing this as far back as 2004, where a sitting member of our parliament in the House of Assembly was the then director of NIC and instituted this program, all in an effort to boost support towards pensioners. Mr. Vice President, you would have heard, maybe you would have heard, But there was a very heartwarming and heart-touching video where men and women of pensionable age came out and said how grateful they were to the government of St. Lucia for the bonus in their pension payments that they received towards the end of last year. That's another initiative towards pensioners. And we have to applaud Prime Minister Honorable Philip J. Pierre. And here comes the Prime Minister again saying that even if the opposition thinks that this is insignificant, I believe that we owe it to these people to ensure that they have a good life, Mr. President. It could be $150,000, it could be $200,000, it could be $500. The $500,000, the bottom line is, if you made less than $725 a month as a government pensioner, that will be no more. It doesn't matter if it's 10, it doesn't matter if it's 1. The bottom line and the trickle-down effect means their children will have more food on the table, means that they could afford clothing, they could afford to pay their bills. They may, as a result of this, no longer be on the government public assistance program because more people need to be placed on that list. And Mr. President, this just goes to show you that we will never stop in ensuring that the people of St. Lucia are empowered and get what is rightfully due to them. So with these few words, I want to lend my unwavering support to this Pensions Amendment Act and look forward to so much more from this government of St. Lucia under the leadership of Honorable Philip J. Pierre. Thank you.
Operator of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. This has been a very interesting day. Perhaps more interesting than I thought when we just arrived this morning. But it's all well and good when the members in this chamber engage each other. Sometimes it gets a little heated, and that's fine. But what counts at the end is when we come here, the objective we come here to achieve. Before we leave, we have to ask ourselves and the public whether that was done. And despite all what you've heard today, which is the nature of a debate, what this chamber was supposed to achieve today and what this government and the Senate intended to achieve is to pass or to approve the amendment to the pensions bill, which was, well, the Pensions Act, to ensure that the people of St. Lucia who were receiving what we can consider meager or very little can get more. And in more, we have a benchmark, which I think I can borrow a phrase from the new independent senator. The benchmark at this moment is no less than 725 EC dollars. Now, Mr. Deputy, I will begin by just trying to respond to some of what came out of the independent senator's end. First of all, the independent senators both made a point about pension funds. And I think that is something that the St. Lucia Labour Party government had recognized way back. And incidentally, Senator Jawahir did go back to the time when the now Minister for Commerce, Honorable Emma Hippolyte, was the director of NIC. And that tells you that all of the arguments about election gimmicks and all of that can now be put to rest, because it was way back then and even before. If you examine the foundation of the St. Lucia Labour Party, it was built on the philosophy of looking after the interest of the working class. And today, we are seeing the issue of pension and pension funds and sustainability. We have attempted to address that way back. In fact, when it was proposed that the pension age should be moved from 60 to 65, the United Workers' Party lynched us as a government and made all kinds of, in fact, it may have contributed to the loss of the election in that time. And sometimes as a government or as a responsible government, you may accept having lost an election for making a decision that was in the best interest of the people. They may have realized later. So we don't make any apologies when we recognized that we had to take certain measures to make the pension arrangement sustainable. Well, we have two options we had to look at. You either increase the deductibles or you extend the age, because you want to be able to have a fund. In fact, at the time, it was explained in discussion with the private sector that if we had not made that decision, the pension fund would have been exhausted before the year 2036. So, it is because of that mindset and that forward thinking that the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party, the same St. Lucia Labour Party, has come back in 2024 to say, listen, we are interested in the welfare of our pensioners. And so, we are not coming to say we're going to increase the pension contributions or extend the age. We are saying to them, here is an increase. We have made an investment. You made an investment way back then. You have been paying more, not paying more. The age has been increased. So here is a return on your investment where you can now enjoy some more from the investment that you've made in your pension. So, Mr. Deputy President, all of this talk about being confused and social and economic review, by the way, today it was not extensively used for a change, and all of the jumping up and down that took place earlier, I want to refocus the conversation now and address a few of the thoughts that were proposed from the opposition. Mr. Deputy President, a former Minister for Tourism, sitting on the other side, is now referring to Jazz, Carnival, and Cricket World Cup as Welele. I notice his Creole is improving. So he calls these events Welele. You know, I was appalled that three of the biggest economic owners of this country are now being reduced, in his words, as Welele. So we have Carnival coming up soon. In these 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks, this is the biggest economic owner of this country. The 2 weeks of Carnival. If you go and look at the receipts, you will find that this is the period of time where the most economic activity takes place. But he calls it Welele. If you go back and you examine jazz, in terms of the ranking of our jazz festival and the benefits that redound to the people of this country, at every sector, agriculture, manufacturing, services, all types, you will realize the impact of jazz, but he calls it Welele. And Cricket World Cup, which is still going on, Mia Mottley, the Prime Minister of Barbados, has been known to be aggressively making sure that all these benefits are accrued. We were able to host 2 rounds of this event. There are tourists who are still in St. Lucia after the cricket World Cup cricket. If you were on the Rodney Bay Strip over the weekend, you couldn't find a space in a bar or somewhere to buy food because they were fully occupied by tourists, patronizing and spending and supporting the economy. But this gentleman refers to it as Welele. So now I know, Mr. Deputy President, he does not understand the meaning of Welele. He doesn't know what it means. So I think before you try to, show your prowess with the Creole language, you need to learn what it means. Mr. Deputy President, it is very interesting that the opposition now wants to be the champions of the poor. They are very concerned about the welfare of the poor people of this country. Mr. Deputy President, may I remind the opposition, while I sat on these benches on that side, they attempted, or they did, were passing legislation at 1 in the morning when these poor people were sleeping to put tax on pudding, bread pudding, boudin, and on chebo. Les oppositions à le gouvernement, à présent, ils ont venu faire tout le monde quoi, ils aiment les pauvres, ils aiment les gens qui n'ont pas assez. Mais les ont le gouvernement, pendant ces gens qui ont dormi, ils ont un bon matin, ils ont ici à passer loi pour mettre taxes à sous chebon et puis boudin. Mr. Deputy President, thankfully, The people woke up in the morning, and I want to borrow a phrase from one of them, I think it was Senator Polius. They saw the light, they have seen the light, and they disposed of that government. And that has caused that whole thing to expire in the new session of Parliament. And thankfully, that piece of legislation is not here.
Yeah. I stand on the point of order, Mr.
What's your point of order?
The member is misleading the House when he says that we came to Parliament at 1 in the morning to pass a bill to place a tax on charcoal. The policy measure with which he spoke was generated from the Department of Health. That must be made clear. By the Department of Health, by the civil servants who had done a regulation within the department, and in that regulation, that was against the background of them receiving.
Are you saying what he's saying is incorrect?
Yes. He said we, our government, because it's different when you see a department can pass a regulation. But when you say that we come at 1 a.m. in the Parliament, in the House, to pass a law, that is generated from the Cabinet. That is totally two different things. The origins of that policy would be from totally different people. A regulation comes from the department, which is done by the civil servants. A law would be done by the politicians in the Parliament. So the member is misleading the House,
Mr. Deputy President,
when he says that we came here in the middle of the night. Now, if you want to say that the Airbnb...
Thank you. Yeah. Please continue.
Yes, Mr. Deputy President, it happened a few times while my colleagues were speaking. Senator Fady has developed a reputation for interruption. But I will repeat what I said, because it's not going to derail that argument. I said, and that's a fact, I never ventured to ask about the origin of the legislation or the background. And he's trying to stand up, he does that all the time. Stands on a point of order, does not make the point of order known, but he tries to give a speech of his own and start a new debate. I have never tried to establish the origin of anything. I said that his government, no department in the public service comes to this House to pass legislation. Legislation is passed by members of Parliament. So I am saying again, Mr. Deputy President, he and his colleagues in government at the time were the ones in this chamber at that time in the morning passing legislation. Legislation is not passed by any department or any public servant.
Senator Fede?
Yeah.
I have not said that.
I rise again. I rise again, Mr. President. I was going to help the member because he's confusing two different policy measures. The charcoal policy was generated by the Department of Health. It was a regulation. It was not an amendment to any piece of legislation. It was no law. It was never laid here in the Parliament. It came afterwards as a statutory instrument, which you brought several today that were generated from different ministries. That doesn't mean that we have the right to debate or to suggest amendments. That's what I'm trying to say to the member. I know which measure he's talking about. He's talking about the Airbnb bill, where we came and we passed a law. But he's confusing the two things. We never did so with the charcoal. It came from the Ministry of Health. Check your records.
Okay, please continue.
Mr. Deputy President, another failed attempt to derail my argument, but I stay focused. Being in opposition first taught me a lot, and I don't think the members opposite remember that I spent in excess of 5 years over there. So I understand that. And no amount of interruption will derail my argument. Mr. Deputy President, Madam President, my point here is that this opposition then in government failed to demonstrate what they pretend today is empathy and concern for poor people or for the less fortunate. And so, you would expect that coming to this chamber today, where a government is saying, we would like to make an increase or effect an increase in the benefits the pension benefits of the people of this country. We recognize that there are people who are making as little as $300 or less a month when they go to the bank. And that as a government who cares, have come today to put it to rest, and in some cases double that revenue, understanding the circumstances that we deal with, and to come to ensure that as of the 1st of August, no retired pensioner will be receiving less than $725. You would expect that anyone with a conscience who claims to care about people who receive those wages, none of them they receive that every month, Mr. Deputy President. Maybe some of their parents never received it. I understand those things. I have relatives who had worked as janitors and who did not make that kind of money. If you would expect that they would have some conscience and have an appreciation for the intent of this piece of amendment, this legislative amendment. There is a very clear intention as to what the legislative amendment is for. But you see, they understand that the pensioners are happy about what we've done for them so far. They understand that the pensioners welcome the increase or the payment that we have given. They also understand, like the Prime Minister has said, that when there are going to be increases in public servant salaries, that pensioners will also benefit. And they understand what that means for the psyche of the people of this country. And they see it as one of the nails in their coffin in opposition. That's how they see it. That's how they look at everything in this country. Every single policy that this government introduces, the opposition does not see the value of it to the people. They do not see the value of it to the economy. They don't see the value of it to the country. They see the politics in it. That is all they see. So I'm not surprised. Maybe it's political panic. They see the politics, so they treat it as such. Madam President, an argument was presented to justify the issue of investing NIC payments in an investor. I don't like to name them, but the name was mentioned, Cabot. And, you know, the leader of opposition business was gloating about the Cabot investing your NIC pensions money. Mr. Deputy President, Madam President, the investor is still here. The investor is still contributing to the economy of St. Lucia. And not 1 cent of our pensioners' money is being given or rent or borrowed to the investor. So I don't get the argument. Was it necessary? The investor is here, and we ain't giving them any pensioners' money. So I move on. Madam President, Senator Polius, who I am supposed to be able to identify with as an educator. And by the way, I believe some of us here don't realize that we are close to the pension age. And when we begin to behave as if government, oh, she's a pensioner, so she's going to be receiving the benefits of that. Oh, okay. So I didn't realize that. So, Madam President, to come to this chamber as an educator, someone who made her entire living as a teacher, not as a big business person, somebody from the regular working class, to come here and to suggest that there would be, or there may be, or she's concerned about the equity, if I can paraphrase, that there will not be preferential treatment in the implementation of a fund of a pension increase. When you go to the bank, when you're a teacher and you get paid, when it's payday, does the government pay some teachers and don't pay others? Does the government pay Labour Party teachers and don't pay UWP teachers?
Or pay them what they want?
Or takes part of their salary? I don't understand this. Pensioners are pensioners. And if there is an amendment in the Pensions Act It applies to pensioners, full stop. And if you are entitled to your benefit, you will see it in your salary or your pension at the end of the month. I don't know why the opposition is always trying to insinuate that the government systems that pay them will somehow not work because the policy is coming from the St. Lucia Labour Party. I think it's an indictment on the public servants of this country. And it's not for the first time that this opposition has attacked the public servants of this country. That's an attack on the public servants. We are not the ones who determine when you pass an amendment what the mathematics of it will become. We're not the ones who... That is done through the public service, through the public servants. They will do the calculations and they will determine if somebody was receiving a pension of $450, what is the calculation and what they're going to get and so on. They actually were the ones who consulted with the government to inform us of how it will work. So how could you come here and raise suspicion about preferential treatment in a public policy? Mr. Deputy President, when I made the point about the government's continuing, Madam President, the government continuing to use the policies that benefit people, and I did mention even those who are unborn. The senator attempted to perhaps ridicule my point by saying, well, you're looking at people who are unborn, what about people who are alive? So the 200 people that she was pleased to suggest who are receiving the benefits of the UHC, and she gave the figure, from the $200 that they are saving. All those people who, the diabetics she mentioned and the hypertensive people that she used as an example, they are not alive? Are they deceased? Are they unborn? Sometimes, Madam President, I just don't get the logic in the arguments that the opposition raised. So, Madam President, there are some of those things I will just leave alone because it really is not worth the energy. So, we have an issue where the opposition is trying to suggest that the government is showing off. We just come here to show off. We show off this and we show off that. Madam President, I don't want to quote scripture, but if you want the effect of the light to be shown, you can't put it under the table. If you put a light or a candle in a dark room, you can't hide it in a corner. You have to put it out there for the light to show. And I don't think that we should shy away from the positive policies that this government is implementing. When we do something good, as the senator said, Labour, we have to say it's good. We have to come out and tell the people of the country, this is what we're doing for you. You expect us to have a policy that's going to benefit hundreds, thousands of people in this country, whether it's pensioners, whether it's senior citizens, whether it's children, whether it's pregnant mothers, and we are supposed to be afraid to come and talk about it. You're telling us we're showing off? Madam President, showing off? Well, we are in a position to show off when the people's money that they have, and she said, oh, it's the people's money. Of course it's the people's money. But we're taking the people's money from the government coffers, and we are giving it back to them in the pension. That's what we're doing. We're not taking the people's money and giving it to any vaccine, whatever. We're not giving it to any TO. We're not giving it to any foreign interest that has no benefit to our country. The people's money is being given back to them through the pension. And that we have to be able to shout about. So I make no apologies when we celebrate the policies of the government. When we do what is right for the people, we have to celebrate with the people. When they are thankful and they are grateful and they say thank you for whatever the Prime Minister or the government has put in place that they benefit from, we have to celebrate that. And we're not going to sit down and behave as if we're ashamed of what we do. We are proud of what we're doing. We believe it's good for the people of this country. The people tell us it's good, and we celebrate it with them. Madam President, I pick up something from what Senator Charles, our new senator, said. I think I've dwelled enough on all the negativity that came from that side. I want to focus on something that Senator Charles said. And as an independent on his first, in his first presentation, it really stuck with me. And this is the essence of the origin of this amendment, the essence of the origin. He said that he's a student of history, and he mentioned emancipation. And I suspect the opposition doesn't like those words. When you hear things like emancipation and, things that have to do with reminding us of our past, they get very uncomfortable. They're very, very uncomfortable. So I will say again, it didn't fall on deaf ears when I heard emancipation and history. It reminded me of something. Madam President, it reminded me of the significance of the date that this will take effect. This is very, very important. The 1st of August, the date that we commemorate the emancipation of our people from slavery. And then I don't want to tell me don't talk about that in this house. We have to. This is our country, and we are descendants of slaves. And when this government, that is a government based on a philosophy of bread, freedom, and justice, that is built on the trade union movement, that understands the plight of people who have been oppressed by all kinds of dictatorship, we appreciate the benefit of and the significance of an increase in the pensioners' returns and the livable wage being implemented to take effect on the celebration of emancipation. This is very significant. So, Mr.
Senator Fede.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wish to rise on a point of order.
What is your point of order?
The member is misleading the House when he says that we are uncomfortable on this side to talk about emancipation. I want to make it clear to the member and to all of St. Lucia what we are uncomfortable with are people who shout about emancipation but yet keep people in things like poverty.
Please proceed, Senator Ferdinand.
Madam President, except for the interests of time, I could have proven myself by making the opposition uncomfortable. There are certain things I can say in this chamber that I am sure you will see the discomfort in the opposition once I say them. But in the interest of time, and I don't want to lose the essence of the debate, I'll just leave these things alone. I'll stay focused on what we came here to do. Because by the very utterance of the opposition, he's already uncomfortable. Pusai Hadubut. I just said that, May Isaac Hadubut, because just the mention, he's already showing his discomfort. So that has actually helped to prove my point. Madam President, when we thought that the debate, and I think Senator Polius attempted to say, we agree, but, and they moved on. Senator Stanislas, who was not present earlier, came just in time to try to add some flavor to the debate. And so he went on hitting about tax, excise tax, and we had a back and forth about this. And in his usual very, buoyant style, attempted to go down the road of a whole lot of tax and gas issues. But I think that has been properly dealt with. You see, what we saw today, Madam President, is an attempt by this opposition who, for 5 years, in all of the things they did, and I don't want to go into some of the things because we've heard them over and over. I want this opposition to tell me which single decision or policy decision that they made that can equate to anything like what we have come here today to do for our pensioners. And when they can say that, because you see, you may always say that we can do more. I agree. Of course we can do more. Who doesn't want to do more? You can always say, it's not enough. That's just a tactic of opposition. Anything the government says, just say it's not enough. Well, okay. But I challenge the opposition to tell one St. Lucian today that while they spent more than their 5 years by past the date of the elections, what policy or what initiative that was taken on behalf of the pensioners of this country to improve their livelihoods. When they can tell me about it, Madam President, I will be able to have a conversation with them about the value of what we came here to do. Until that time, I remind the opposition that the eyes of the people of this country were open on July 21st. I know Senator Polius called for them to open their eyes. I remind the opposition that their eyes were open, and as July 21st, 26, 2021, they demonstrated with a 15-2 majority. And their eyes remain open as they continue to benefit from the policies of this government. And they will again show that their eyes are open by ensuring that this government returns to office and that this opposition continues where they duly belong, in those chairs on that side. Until then, Madam President, I wish to again reiterate that this amendment stands to benefit only the people of this country. It is not just for one, it's for all pensioners. And I look forward to the pensioners when they receive their new and improved pension as of the 1st of August, will give their testimonies to their family, to their friends, and to all of us. And the benefits of this pension will contribute to the improved quality of life, which is the single most objective and the single most valued thing that our government has insisted on. And so, Madam President, with this, I am pleased to remind this chamber that this amendment is going to work towards the benefit of improving the lives of the people of this country, which is the key that this government was elected to operate on. So I thank you, and I look forward to the benefits of the amendment.
Senators, the question is that the Pensions Amendment Bill be... Can we have some order in the chamber? Senators, the question is that the Pensions Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Pensions Act, Cap 15.26.
Clause 2.
Insertion of Section 9A.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Senators, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as are of the contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senators, I beg to report that the Pensions Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and that the bill be read a third time and passed.
Senators, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Pensions Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the Pensions Amendment Act 2024.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do stand adjourned until Thursday, the 27th of June at 9 in the morning.
Senators, the question is that this Senate stand adjourned until Thursday, 27th June at 9 a.m. I now put the question. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as obey contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting adjourned.
All rise.
Well, welcome back to our viewers. We have just come to the conclusion of today's Senate hearing, where a couple of bills were down for debate. Prior to the bills, we saw the swearing in of a new independent senator in the person of Ember Charles. He is replacing Mr. Aziz, who resigned earlier this year. And maybe you could hear all of the talk. It is just a spill-off from the debates which went on the Pensions Amendment Act, and we'll be getting to that in a moment. But as I was saying, we saw a new independent senator being sworn in the person of Mr. Ember Charles. There were two temporary senators, Mr. Shelton Daniel and Mr. George Goddard on the government side. And so over to the debate. The substantive debate was actually on one bill, and that is the Pensions Amendment Act. And there was a lot of debate. I mean, the debate was, of course, divided along the lines of the government and the opposition. The government, of course, heaping praise on the act to increase the pensions of pensioners to a benchmark or to a minimum of $725 for government pensions and $500 for overall general pensioners. The argument or the concerns of the opposition, sometimes it is a little difficult to actually say whether the opposition in fact support the motion. I think there was one clear support coming from the opposition senator, Mr. Stanislaus, and he said, I think categorically, that he had supported it. I think Ferropoulos as well had said that. With the leader of opposition business, it's a little difficult to tell. But the concerns of the opposition members, was that some of the concerns was that, one, it wasn't sufficient. The increase was not sufficient. Another of the concern was that, the government is doing that to offset, so many of the onerous policies that they had placed, even on some of the very pensioners. They spoke about gas, they spoke about the 2.5% levy, etc. Particularly the leader of opposition. And so there was a lot of cross-talk and cross-debate. I want to mention just from the two independent senators, and Michael, I will leave it over to you to speak on some of the debate from the government side. But the two opposition senators made somewhat similar points in their contribution to the debate. The newly instated Senator Ember Charles, he spoke on, he said that it was commendable that there was a benchmark for pensioners and that it could be a start. He called it the commencement, if you will, to look at pension in general. He said it is a start. He said it will set a minimum standard, and that even though everyone would not benefit, but that it would set a minimum standard just because there is an increase. And jumping off of that, and in the same vein, the other independent senator, Senator Lee, he called for pension to be looked at in a broader lens. I think he referenced our declining birth rate, and he was saying, given that the pension scheme would not be sustainable, and he spoke of because of that, then we could have a scenario of either deductions being increased or that the pension age being increased. And so these were some of the substantive points pertinent to the debate that those independent senators made this morning.
Merci Virgile pour manière ou dit manière ou dit dans le programme manière ou dit qu'on ouais mais Saoudi avoué à ce façade gouvernement c'était généralement tout le monde était by opinion enfin qu'a parler malgré dit c'est une opinion mais qu'a parler et qu'a supporter budget mais il est intéressant que tout ces monde tout le monde qui parlait tous ces sénateurs parlaient car tout le monde qui a commencé de manière supporter particulièrement à ce façade opposition il a commencé à dire supporter mais l'année septembre à ce façade gouvernement en chef c'est sénateur qui parlait de supporter gouvernement et qui en chef raison l'autre bagaille gouvernement j'ai fait et qui a démenti l'autre parole qui te dit par façade d'opposition comme tu qui ma manière gouvernement comme un servi comme assistance gouvernement qui dit pour gaz pour certains gaz là l'autre bagaille puisque opposition te quand dit que à cause de ça pas assez le gouvernement te pour faire plus qu'a faire ci qu'a faire ça vous comprenez avec ces façades gouvernement tous ces monde qui parler capacité à ce livre différents bagailles gouvernement j'ai fait pour supporter le monde en pays avec la vie monde en pays généralement mais il était intéressant moi je voulais dire que nous avons une idée sénateur qui à ce façade gouvernement nous avons une idée qui était replacé ça qui partait la journée ça c'est sénateur Alison Jean avec sénateur Kediana Charlie comme président te dit qui yo parti par exemple puisqu'il y a dehors pays à ce l'autre business et bien l'autre affaires avec aujourd'hui quand vous même te mentionné nous était aussi un sénateur neuf sénateur Ember Charles qui venait tourner pour replacer sénateur Nourani Aziz qui c'était sénateur indépendant qui a appointé ce sénateur qui est indépendant qui a joint appointement pour le gouverneur général là avec monsieur Ember Charles oui merci gouverneur général là pour appointement avec comme on dit aussi il parlait sur il bail support avec dit comme que qui la union des bagailles quand vie gouvernement fait mais généralement il croit ça c'est un bon démarche que le gouvernement a pris. C'était une belle journée, moi ça dit, une journée qui est très intéressante. Nous ne pouvons pas espérer nous de rester ici à autant de temps, mais c'est comme ça à chaque discussion, à chaque débat, avec nous venons. Mais même quand nous finissons de parler, nous am speaker Japati, tout le monde Japati, Mélanie, yon des sénateurs, nous sommes débat qui continue toujours entre sénateur Harold Stanislas, sénateur qui est opposition. Enfin, yon là qui fait débat toujours.
Yes, and so the Senate is suspended, and then we meet. The Senate next meets on Thursday, because we are back here tomorrow when the House of Assembly meets. So join us. Thank you so much for staying with us, and we hope you join us again tomorrow for a continuation of the business of the state, the debate of the business of the state, where members of the House and members of the opposition meet to debate the matters of state. Thank you so much on behalf of our colleagues, our technicians, Master Control, and my colleague here. I am Virgil Leonti.
Michael Gaspar a dit merci un peu.
On the sale of goods with labels in foreign languages only. This brought about the submission of the product specification certificate. The purpose of this certificate can be twofolded in that it ensures that